In the previous video, we designed this social media app with React.js and Tailwind. Today, we are going to use Supabase for backend side of our project and we'll put all the functionality into place. But first, let me show you some demo. As always, all I ask for is that you will smash that like button and leave me a comment. Tell me what you like or dislike, or maybe you have suggestions what I should build next. Hit that like button and let me know in the comments. Alright, so in this video we are going to continue with our social media app, and today we are going to build backend, so all API endpoints, authentication, and everything that is going on the backend side of our app. So we will implement all the functionality so we can log in with, for example, Google. We can see many different profiles and many different people can log in, create accounts. And then we will fix also that we can actually create some posts. And from this layout, from this design, we will just make it functional. So I think we are going to start with our login page. And for our backend, I decided that this time we are not going to use MongoDB, but today we are going to use Supabase. So let's see, I will log into my account and let's create a new project. I'll create a new project here and let's call it social media. Password will be like this. Okay, this will not work. I will just generate a strong password instead. So this will be our password. I will save it somewhere here on the side. And free plan will be good enough. Let's create this project. All right, and now we need to start with authentication. So let's click here on authentication. And they are still setting up the project, so we need to wait a few moments. All right, so now it's created. Now let's click on authentication here. And looks like everything works. Right, so let's start by adding some dependencies to our project. So we'll open a terminal in my IDE, and let's see. First, we need to add some authentication. So let's quickly open documentation, and we want to fix first login with Google. So let's see, let's open login with Google. And this is just three things we need to do. Create a project on Google Cloud Platform Console. So let's do this. Add your Google Auth keys to Supabase project. Yeah, we will do this too. And then in the login code of your Supabase, just add the code for authentication. So let's start with creating a project. So as you can see, I will create a new project here. Let's do a new project and let's do just social media. Let's hit create and it's creating. Okay, now we are inside this project. Let's go to API and services and we will need some credentials. So let's open this and let's see what kind of credentials do we need. We need OAuth keys. So let's see, let's create credentials, OAuth client ID. I guess it's this one. First, we need to configure consent screen. Yeah, that's okay. We need to select external. Let's create here and make it a little bigger. App name. Let's do just social media. I will use my email. We don't need any logo. And my email again. Save and continue. And this looks fine. Save and continue. Save and continue. Back to dashboard. Let's go back to credentials. Create credentials, OAuth client ID, web application, authorize redirect URLs. I think we will need to add one here. Let's see. In your Supabase dashboard project, we will find a link here. So let's go to authentication, providers, and let's go to Google. we need a client ID and client secret. And here we have redirect URL. So let's copy this one and let's put it here. So redirect URLs here. And now let's hit create. And now we have a client ID and client secret. So let's put it back here on our Supabase. Client ID this, and the client secret will be this. Right, now let's save this. And yeah, let's enable this. So now it's enabled. Right, so now let's see what else do we need for authentication. And we need to install Supabase. So let's grab this, and I'm using yarn. If you're using npm, you do npm install. If you do yarn as me, I will do yarn add and Supabase.js. Okay, now it's installed. And let's see here on our login page. Let's go to pages and let's open login. This is how it looks like. And actually, first, to implement some authentication, we need to go to our app.js here, and we need to put session context provider. So let me quickly just jump to the documentation, authentication, and let's open auth helpers. Let's go to Next.js, and we need to install this as well, and also for Next.js and for React as well. So let's do yarn add and this for Next.js, and also let's do this one for React. So we'll have some extra components that we can use. Yarn add, Supabase, auth helpers, React. Okay, and now we need to also add our environment variables to our Supabase project. So I will create a .env file inside my project. So let's do .env. And here inside I will put those variables. So I will copy those. And if I open my project, I need to now replace those values here. So let's see. URL will be this one. So let's paste this one. And the API key is this one. So let's put it here. And now just in case, I will just restart my next app. So let's do yarn start here again. Let's go back. Right. Let's see if everything works. Yes, it does. Right. So then, as you can see in app.js, we need to add this session context provider that we don't have. So let's open app.js, and well, first, as you can see, we need to grab those two because we don't have them. Let's put them here. Right. And now we need to wrap our component that we have here with this session context provider. So let's do this. Let's comment this out and let's do return with parentheses because we'll have much more stuff here. And let's do session context provider like this. And now let's see, what do we need to have inside? We need a Supabase client. So let's put this Supabase client. Yes. And we also need to define this Supabase client because we don't have it yet. So here, let's grab our Supabase client the same way they do this. So I will just copy this, and we need to also import this use state. So now it's imported use state, and we have our Supabase client here. So as you can see, we have Supabase, and we are passing this to our new session context provider. That provides some kind of information about our session. We also need the initial session here. So let's paste it also as a property to our session context provider like this. And now inside we need to put this component with our page that should be rendered. So let's put it back like this. And I think that will be it. So let's now open localhost and let's see. Everything still works. And but now let's see how can we check if someone is logged in. Here is how we can check if no, this is not this one. All right, so now let's go to our page, and this, as you probably guessed, this doesn't work yet because we haven't implemented any click on this button. It just redirects to our home page. we have some kind of information about our session provided by this session context provider and Supabase client and stuff. So let's go maybe first to our index page and let's maybe grab the session. And as you know, we are not logged in yet here, so we should be redirected to the login page. This page shouldn't be visible now. So here inside our homepage, we should actually redirect our user to the login page. So let me show you how simple it is to implement this. First, we just need to grab a session. So let's do const session. And this is as simple as use session like this. And this is imported from Supabase of helpers React. So if it doesn't import automatically for you, you need to add this line. Right, but now we have a session. So what can we do now? Now we can check if session is empty. So let's do if no session, then let's maybe do alert no session. Now let's refresh. Right, so now we just have an error that the alert is not defined, but we can just change it to console log, and now everything works. And now let's open console. I will make it a little bigger. And let's see, there is no session. So we get this no session error or a console log. So now if we don't have a session, let's just redirect to a login page. So let's remove this console log first and this one. And here we just want to redirect to a login page. So first we need to grab a router. And from router we could redirect to login page, or here instead we can just return our login page. So let's do login page like this, and this should work. Yes. So now for both /login we have login page, and even if we go to our start page and we are not logged in, we see this login page, because on our home page, if we don't have a session, we return login page. Right, but now let's fix so we can log in with Google. Let's go to login, and as you can see, we have 3 links here, 1, 2, 3, and the first one is to log in with Google. So first, I think I will change it to span elements, or maybe buttons. So let's do button here, and button here as well. We can remove this href. And let's see, now it moved with the styling. So let's see if we can fix it by doing with full. Yes, and now it's much better. It works. And now we need to add an on-click action on this button. So let's do on-click. And on-click, we want to log in with Google. So let's define a function. Let's do a function called login with Google. So we have it here, and for our button, we will do on click, and we will just do login with Google. Right, and to log in with Supabase, what do we need to do? First, we just need to grab a Supabase object. So whole library. Let's do const Supabase equals, and here as simple as use Supabase client like this. And now inside our login with Google function, we want to log in with Google. So what do we need to do? We need to do Supabase, and then as you can see here inside Supabase we have auth object. So let's put this one auth, and then we have sign in with OAuth. Yes, and here inside we need to provide some extra credentials. And the only thing we need to provide here is actually provider. As you can see, it can be Apple, Azure, Bitbucket, and so on, Facebook. But for us, it will be just Google, right? So we have it. And the only thing is that, as you can see, this is an async function. So let's just add a wait here. And let's change this function to an async function, so we don't have any warnings. Right, now let's maybe see what will happen if I click this button. I can log in with Google, so I'll pick my account, and I have been redirected to the homepage. And as you remember, on our homepage, on our index page here, we are checking that if we don't have any session, we are redirecting to the login page. And because I can refresh my home page and I'm not redirected to the login page, this means that I have some session. So let's see what's inside my session. Session, console log, and let's see what data we have inside. So inside session we have when it expires, and we have provider stuff. We have even user information like my email and session ID, user metadata, avatar. So we can open avatar and put it somewhere here. So yeah, here we have it. So now we can log in. The next part will be actually to be able to log out, because now we click this logout button and it just takes us to the login page. But if we go back to home page, we are already logged in. So to make this logout button functional, let's go back to our components, and here we have a navigation card. And in this navigation card, we have this logout here. Here is just our link to the login page, and well, we need to change it to actually a button. So let's put it as a button like this here and here, and we need to remove this href, and instead of href let's add a on click, and let's say it will be on click. We will call a function that will be logout. Yeah, now we need to define our logout function. So maybe somewhere here, let's add some spacing and let's put function logout. For now it's empty. Let's see how our logout button works. Well, it became really small, as you can see. So let's scroll down and let's fix styling first. So the problem is actually that all those buttons, all those rows here in navigation are, let's see, they are flex. So there's flex on non-active element and even on active element. And the thing is that the buttons don't work with flex buttons and inputs. So to fix it, I will actually add another span here inside, and we'll put all those things here inside this span, and let's just fix indentation. Yeah, and those classes, let's put this on this new span, so we will know that the flex will work because it has been moved to the span. And instead here we have just a button that has no styles at all. So let's see if I refresh. Well, it looks like this now. So I will just click quickly inspect, and let's see. So here's our new span and here's our button. First we need to make our button bigger. So let's add some class names on our button. Let's just do with full. Now let's see. Okay, now it works, but we have too much spacing between here, between the logout and notifications. So I think that maybe we can quickly add some styling here for our button. Let's say that margin from on the top and the bottom, so margin Y, will be -4. Yeah, so now it has been moved up. Let's see if margin 4 is not too much. Maybe it should be just -2. So let's change it to 2, and we have our logout. I think it looks all right. Right, and now let's fix our logout button. So same way we did it with login. Let's grab just our Supabase object. So let's do const Supabase equals, and here just use Supabase client like this. It has been imported for me. If it doesn't for you, you just need to add this import line. Right, we have Supabase, and let's just do Supabase auth, and let's search for sign out. Yeah, simple as this. And this is marked with this underline because we need to add a wait here and async. Right, and now we should be able to log out. Let's see, we are on the home page. If I refresh, I'm still logged in. If I click logout, I'm still on the home page, but even if I refresh, I still see only this login page, not the home page with the posts and stuff. So logout works. Let's click login, and let's log in back, and yeah, it works. So the next part will be actually to change some names, and maybe let's make it possible to create some posts, because this is the main functionality. So let's maybe first start by going to our Supabase. I will sign in, and in our project, let's open authentication. And let's see, we have one user here inside our table, and let's see what kind of information do we have. We have only the email and provider and user ID, last sign in, and that's basically it. The thing is that we need also some other information. We need avatar, we need to save a name. We don't save name here. And for this, we will create our first table. So I'm going to create a new table here. And well, let's call it profiles. Or actually, there's a starter for this. So let's go to homepage and let's scroll down a little bit. There is starter for Next.js subscription and authentication. But let's go to table editor. So it's not actually inside table editor, it's inside SQL editor. Here inside we have, we can add new queries, and we have quick start SQLs here that we can use. So I will go to actually to-do list, because here I will go to SQL editor. Let's remove this one, and I will go to quick start, and here user management starter. And in this query, let's see, we are creating profiles, and we have username, and we have avatar URL, a website, and stuff. So later in this query, we are adding some policies who can create and stuff. And here we have a trigger for when user is created inside authentication. Then we are putting full name and avatar URL inside our profiles. Because the problem is we can't go inside our users database that we have for authentication. So we need to create a separate table called profiles. And let's do this manually, but we will follow along all this that they provide us with. So let's go to table editor in a new tab. And let's see, let's create a new table. Let's call this one profiles. And well, we have a ID that will be primary key. Let's see, inside we have automatically assign a sequential unique number to the column. We don't need this one. And we need to add information about our avatar. Let's just call it avatar. And this will be actually text. So let's put text. Yeah, we don't need this, sorry, we don't need this identity for this ID column, because this will be actually ID of our user. Right, so we have ID, created at, avatar. Do we need something else? We need probably name. So let's add the name, and this will also be a text. And something else we need, yeah, I think that will be it for now. If we need something else, we can add it later. So let's save our table. And as you can see, we have enabled this row level security that they recommend. Right, and now they add those policies for this row level security. But the most important part is actually here. So here they are creating a trigger called handle new user. And this handle new user will be called here. So let's see, we are creating a trigger. Here's our function handle new user. Here we are creating a trigger called when the user is created. Then we are actually running this handle new user. So let's see again. Here we are creating this handle new user. Let's see what happens inside. This is a trigger. Yeah, we are inserting into profiles with column ID, full name, and avatar URL. We'll actually copy this, and I will put it as a new query, and I will pass it here. So it will be easier to work with. Right, so we have profiles with ID, full name and avatar URL name. In our profiles table, it's just name and just avatar. And we are putting values, new ID, new raw user metadata to full name. This needs to be, this will be full name. And here, avatar URL. And the thing is here that we are creating a trigger called this. And after inserting two auth users for each row, we are executing this procedure called handle new user. So in our table editor, I can show you that here's our public schema. So we have, for example, profiles, but there's also a hidden schemas. For example, this auth with users. So we have all those users here, but this schema is not available for our app. So that's why we need to have profiles instead. But we can add a trigger that when a new row is added to our auth schema users. So when a new user is added to the users, then we will automatically create a new row inside public profiles. So for now, we don't have any profile because we don't have this trigger yet. Those columns are, those names are from the users table inside this auth schema. So let's see, inside auth we have users table. And well, as you can see, we have, for example, let's scroll to name. We have role, let's see, confirmation token, recovery. When we are inserting a new row to our profiles table, we are inserting to this column, to those columns, ID, name, and avatar that we have created before. And let's see, ID comes from this new row ID. So this one will be our ID. Then when it comes to name, the second column, we grab it like this. So from this new row, we go to raw user metadata. So let's scroll to raw user metadata, and as you can see, it's a JSON. So that's why we are using this arrow to grab the value of full name. So here inside this, let me grab this. I will open a scratch buffer or file, JSON, and I will print it like this. Let's reformat and let's see how it looks like. So here is what we have inside our raw user metadata. So we have a name, we have a full name, we have avatar URL. So I guess you understand how this trigger works. So now I will just run this. Yeah, and that's basically it. Now if I go back to our table editor, we have our user, but for this user we don't have any profile yet. So I can't edit or delete this row inside the protected schemas. So instead I would just create a new row inside profile with this ID. So let's go back to public profiles, insert row, ID will be this. And well, maybe I can use this avatar URL as well. So I will copy this avatar and name. Let's just put my name. So it doesn't, something is wrong with this ID. It should be integer, but we have a string. So I will actually, we need to fix it. So let's go back to schema and auth, and let's go to users. And user column ID is actually UUID. So user ID, let's go back to public profiles and let's edit this table. So instead of ID, we need to do user ID, universally unique identifier. Let's just save. And this didn't work. Let's maybe then recreate our table. Let's delete profiles. Let's create new table called profiles. And here we remove this identity thing. And here university unique identifier. And we need also name and avatar. And those two will be texts. So I'll pick texts here. Let's see what do we have here. Yeah, it's okay. It can be nullable. Let's put this created at the bottom. Let's create our profiles now. All right, and now let's try to enter Now try to enter avatar, and my ID was this one, and name will be just my name. And now let's try to save, and now it worked. So because I have logged in before we created the profiles, I added my row inside profiles manually, and the app still works. And but now let's maybe try with a different user, and let's see if we will get another profile row. So I will log in with John Doe, a test account I have created, and let's see. We are inside the profiles, so let's refresh, and we have two profiles for my user and for John Doe. All right, so now we have profiles table that we needed to display some kind of information about user, avatar and stuff. So now we can actually start displaying information about user. So we can maybe replace this avatar and put the name here and stuff like this. So let's go to our index.js and let's see. This top thing is actually inside post form card. So let's enter this one and let's see. We have avatar here and we have this text area. What's on your mind should be David. And maybe we can start by fixing avatar, because inside avatar component, as you can see, we have just a fixed URL to an image. And to fix it, we just need to pass some kind of information to the avatar, so the avatar component will know what kind of image it should display. But first, we need to grab profile information. So when the post form card loads and mounts and is displayed, we need to fetch profile information. To do this, I will use effect, and the first param will be an empty arrow function for now, and the second will be empty square parentheses. And this function here, because of those empty dependencies, this will run when we mount our app. So when we load our app and this component mounts. So let's see. Maybe I will just start by doing console log, and let's see if we get ASD here inside console. Yes, we do. So let's maybe grab a profile now. So as always, we need a Supabase client. So let's do const Supabase. Supabase equals use Supabase client. We need to import it like this. So now it has been imported. We have Supabase. So now we can grab a profile for the currently logged in user. But how do we know what user is currently logged in? We need to first grab the session. So it's a const session equals use session. Yes. So we have Supabase and session. And now we need to grab user ID of the currently logged in user. So inside the session, we have a user object, and inside the user we have a ID. And we can actually do alert probably, and we get the ID of the logged in user. All right. And so this works. I will comment this out for now. And we want to fetch a profile with this ID. So let's do this. Let's do Supabase. And to grab information from a table, we just need to do from. Name of the table will be just profiles. And then we need to just do select. If we want to do any where class or something like this to limit what kind of row we want, we will just do dot and, for example, eq, so equals. I will put in a separate row so it will be easier to read. And equals, we need to check that ID inside profiles is the same as this. So I'll copy this and put it as a second param here. All right. And then we can do then to grab the result. Let's do result. Actually, it will not be result. It will do, maybe just let's grab everything and see. So then let's do result and let's do arrow function here. And let's just do console log result to see what do we have inside the result. If I refresh, we get an alert, probably because I forgot to save. And now let's open our console here. We get an object. And I guess this is our response. Yes. So we get count, we got error, we got data. Inside data, we have length of 0. This is not good, so it means we couldn't select anything. Let's go to our Supabase, to our table profiles, and I think it's because we need to define policies for this table. So for our profiles, we need to define the policies here at the top. No active row level security policies. So we need to define the security for this table. Who can select what? So as you remember, they have added this as with SQL queries, but I think it's much easier to click everything inside an interface. So let's create our first policy. So for profiles, we need to click new policy. Let's click full customization, and we need for selection, and let's call this policy anyone can select, or let's just type it, anyone can select any, let's say anyone can see all users. Anyone can see all users, and it's select. And now expression, because it's everyone can see everything, we can just do return true here. And I think this will be good enough. Let's review and save this policy. And now let's just refresh our app and see. And now, as you can see, we get a data here, just one item, and we have avatar and name John Doe, and everything makes more sense now. So let's make it this small, and inside the result we have data, and on the first it's an array, and on the first item we have those information. Right, so we need to save it somewhere. For this I will use state. So let's do const profile and set profile equals use state, and let's say default will be just null. And then we want to save it, so let's do if we have data result, and this is not data result, it should be result data. If inside result we have data, and see data is looks like it's always an array, so we can check that we have any length that is positive, and then we can set profile to result data 0, because a select from database can return many rows, but we are selecting only one. But anyways, it returns it as an array, so we are taking the first item of this array. Right, so now let's save, and let's maybe go to our React component inspector, and let's see. Here we have layout, here we have post form card, we have a state here, and this is our profile state, and let's see, it saved everything, ID, name, avatar, and stuff. So this is now an object that we can use. So now instead of this image, we can actually show the real image. So maybe here first let's console log profile. I will do profile like this, and I will open console so we can see what do we have inside. So inside we have avatar that we want to put here. Let's see if okay, it's super long. I will copy. Let's try to open this. Yeah, it works. So from profile we want to get the avatar URL from this avatar. So here we have avatar, and let's call this property URL, and let's just put profile.avatar. Now let's save, and inside avatar we only take size, but now we also provide URL, and here we are just doing image with this URL. Now let's replace it with the actual URL, and now as you can see we get this J here that we get from Google avatars. Right, so this works, and the rest of the avatars doesn't work because they didn't had any URL passed, but we can fix it later on. Now let's maybe first fix this what's on your mind, David. David is wrong here because we are currently logged in as John Doe or Jane Doe, I don't know, I don't remember. But here inside our post form card we have this text area, and we have this David that we want to replace. So let's instead of regular apostrophes here, let's do backticks, and let's remove this David, and let's put a variable here inside, and let's put profile.name. And now let's see. Now it works. What's on your mind, John Doe? And yeah, that worked too. Let's see if I put test, it works. Right, so now when we replace this avatar and name here where we create posts, I think it would be nice to be able to actually create those posts. So for this we need another table. So let's go to table editor. Let's create a new table. Let's call this one just posts. And let's, as always, we select this enable low row level security. And we need an ID. Let's have this created at. We need to add another column. Let's call this one maybe content, where we will put all the text. So this will be text type of column. And here we'll have a content as a column name. And do we need something else? Yeah, we need to know the author of the post. So let's add the author. And here let's search for, do we have a reference? No, we don't. But we can do user ID, or sorry, it's a universally unique identifier. So we know this, and let's have created that at the bottom. Do we need anything else on a post? I don't think so, not for now. Let's just create this as it is. We got some weird errors, but it works. We have posts now. It's an empty table. We have just content, author, and created that. So now we can add some posts from our app. Let's see, we have this text area here. But first we need to provide some value, and we need to have this value for the text area inside a state. So let's do const and use state. Default will be empty string, and this state will be called, let's call it just content and set content. Right now let's use it on our text area. So let's say that the value will be just content, and on change we need to do on event. With this event we need to do set content event target value. I'll put it maybe like this so it will be easier to read. And now we get an error, cannot read properties of null, reading avatar. Let's see. All right, we are reading avatar of properties null, so it means that this profile can be actually null. Let's see. Yes, on the beginning our profile will be null, and then when our app mounts, we will select a profile from the database, and then we will have this avatar. So let's maybe here on the beginning, if we don't have any profile, or if profile is null, let's return just maybe a string waiting for profile info. As you could see, it's just waiting for profile info. Later we can fix it so it will be a preloader or a spinner or something like this. But for now it's just waiting for profile info. Alright, or instead of doing this, if we don't have profile, don't show anything, just a string, we could do question mark here. So we will pass the URL only if we have avatar inside profile. So now if we load, or now we have a problem that we can't read the name, and the name is actually used on this text area. Let's add a question mark here as well. Here should be profile. Let's refresh, and now everything works. And as you could see, first we get what's in your mind undefined. So we don't want to have undefined here. So maybe we can display this text area only if we have a profile. So if profile and parentheses, and inside let's just put this text area. Now text area will not be visible if we don't have any profile data. Right, but we want to create the post now. So we have a content. Let's put something content. Let's put test. And now we want to do that when we click share, it will create a new row inside our posts table. So let's see. Here we have a share button. Let's add here on click, and then let's call this function create post. And let's define this function. Maybe somewhere here, function create post. And what this function should do, it should put new row inside this posts table. So we have already Supabase here, Supabase, and we want to use database, so we just can do from, and the table we want to use is called posts, and we want to insert. So let's do dot insert. And what do we want to insert? We need to put all the information here, all the columns. So we need to put author, and the author will be actually our user ID. And so let's put it like this. And we need to put content, that will be content. But because those two names are the same, we can just do content like this. And as you can see here, because we are doing author and we are just passing the author, our own ID to the database, someone could actually fake to send someone else's ID. So I could actually do 1, 2, 3 and mimic this request in my console. But don't worry, we will validate this user ID with our row level security policies. So let's put it like this for now. And let's do then, because we'll get some kind of response. And then let's just do console log and response. All right, and let's see what will happen. I will open console test. Let's click share, and we get an error for free. Let's open response. Status for free. We get an error. New row violates row level security policies for table posts. Right, let's fix it. Let's go to posts. We have no active row level security policies, so let's create. Here we have posts. For profiles we have one policy, but for posts we don't have any. So let's do new policy, full customization, and let's see, policy name. Let's say any user can create posts, and this will be for insert. And we need to provide a check that it will be in SQL that should return true if it's possible to insert and false if it shouldn't be possible to insert. So the only thing that I want to check here is that our author column should be the same as the currently logged in user. And to get a currently logged in user, we just need to do auth dot and user ID parenthesis function like this. So let's do review and save this policy. And now let's see, let's say I will fake this and I want to post, create a post with user or author user ID 123. Let's see, I will click, I will clean console. Let's click share and we get an error for 100. Let's see, error, invalid input syntax for type. Okay, so this is wrong user ID, they're saying. So let's maybe try to get a proper user ID. So I will go to, I will go to tables. Let's refresh. Let's go to tables profiles and I will grab an ID. Let's see, I'm logged in as John Doe, but I will grab ID of my David Paszko. So I will grab this ID, I will copy this and let's put a string here and like this. And now let's try to post. I'll clean this, let's share, and we get an error. Let's see, new row policies, new row violates row level security policy for table posts. Right, but if I use my own ID as of my own user that I'm logged in as, then it should be fine. So let's clean this console, let's share, and everything just worked. See what's the response? We don't have any error, that's good. But we don't have any data, we don't need this. We just need to check that we don't have an error. Let's go here, let's go to posts, and we have one post with ID 3. And let's see, inside content we have test, so everything is fine. We should probably clean this test after we sent, we created the post, and we should check that there is no error. Right, so let's check it. If inside response we don't have an error, so let's do if not to response error, then let's clean the text area. So let's set content to empty string. And well, what else can we do? We can do alert that says created, and let's do test2. I'll clean it. Let's share. Created. Let's go to posts and our refresh table. And we have test2. So everything works. But now instead of created, we want to refresh our posts here that we have underneath. So now let's try to display all the posts here. So let's go back to our index page. And as you can see, we are now just displaying just one postcard. But, well, let's fix it. First, on our home page, we want to fetch. Let's say we want to fetch, grab all the posts. So we need a state for those posts. Let's call it posts and set posts equals use state, and the default will be empty array. And when our home page loads, let's do use effect, empty arrow function, no dependencies, so empty array. And in this arrow function, let's grab all the posts. So we need our Supabase client first. So let's do const Supabase, use Supabase client. It has been imported for me. And now we can do Supabase from posts. And we want to just select everything. So let's do select, then, and I'll put it here maybe underneath, same as this one, so it will be easier to read. We get result. And let's do first console log of this result. I will open console. Let's see how our result looks like. We get an object with data that is empty. And the data is empty because on our posts we have one policy, but it's only for inserting the data. We don't have any policy for grabbing, selecting the data. So for posts, let's create a new policy for customization. And let's call it anyone can see all posts. So everyone can select any post they want. So select, and the expression will be just true because we don't need to have any checks. Let's save this policy and let's refresh here. And now inside our result, we get a data with 2 elements, and those are 2 posts that we have created. So we can actually get this data and we can put it inside our posts, inside our state. So let's do set posts and result that data. Right, and now we can, instead of just showing this one post, we can loop through posts map, and let's do for each post, we want to display this postcard like this. And so now we should have 2 posts. Yes, we do. But now for this postcard, we need to put all the information. We need to pass down all the information. So let's just do ... post. So we will put all those properties that we have inside, all the data, as the properties for this component. So let's open this postcard, and we have this random text here. So let's maybe fix this first. So we are passing the post information here. So we could do just post and then do post.content, or we can extract the things we want to use directly here. So let's do content here. And here we have John Doe. Here we have some buttons and stuff. Here we have this lorem ipsum thing. So instead of doing this lorem ipsum, I will select all this text and let's just do content. Let's save. And now we have a test, and here we have test2. So this worked. The only problem is that test2 should be on the top. So let's go back to our index page, and let's see. Here we are doing select. Let's see if we can do any order. Yes, we can. And what's the params we can use here? First is the column, and then we have options. If should be ascending or descending. So first the column. So let's do created at, and then we have options. Let's see if we can use maybe descending true. If I save, let's refresh. This didn't work, but maybe we should just use ascending, and we should change it to false. Let's now see. Yeah, now it starts with test2. Right, The next thing that we actually need to fill with those posts is avatar and username. And the problem is, let me open components here and let's open this postcard and let's see what do we have inside props. We have content that we are already using to display this test2, but we get author as an ID of the author, and we don't want this. We want to join the author information and grab all the profile information and show the name and stuff and avatar. So to do this, here, somewhere here where we are selecting posts, we need to also select information about this author using our profiles table. So here we have select. It's empty for now, but I will add here a string, and I will define what columns we want to select. First, what columns we want to select with posts. So let's say we want to ID, we want content, and we want also, let's say, created at, because we will need this for 2 hours ago thing. We don't need this weird author ID, but instead we want to grab profiles using this author ID. And this is as simple as doing just profiles and defining what kind of information from profiles we want. Let's say we want profiles ID, avatar, and name. Right. Now, as you can see, this doesn't work. Let's see why. Let's go to console, and we have a lot of weird errors. First, let's maybe fix this key thing. So here we need key that will be, let's say it will be post created at for now. So we'll get rid of this error. Let's refresh. Looks like we have something wrong with the inside our posts. So let's see what we have inside posts. Cannot read properties of null reading map. So we are trying to loop through posts that we don't have. So let's check if we have posts length. Then we will do post map. Posts length. Let's add question mark to be sure that it's an array and it has a length. Now if I refresh, we don't have any posts. Let's see. Let's go to home, and well, inside home, let's see what do we have. We have some kind of state. Here we have hooks, props. We don't have anything. We don't have any posts. Let's maybe do console log here to see what do we get for data for those posts. The posts and result. And now let's go back to our console. And let's see, for posts, we get an error this time that says could not find relationship between posts and profiles. All right, we need to define this relationship. Let's go to our table editor. Let's go to posts. Let's edit this table. And well, we have author ID. We can't define relations here. So, but maybe we can click this one. Yeah, this is actually a relation. So on author, we click this, and let's see. We will put that author is a relation inside the profiles. Now let's save this, and let's save our table. Now let's refresh our app, and we have back our posts. Now let's go back to components, and let's see what do we have inside each post. So for our postcard, we have content as we had before, created at, ID, but we also have profiles. And inside profiles with S, we have information about this specific author profile. So let's go back to our postcard. And on the top, we can now also grab profiles. It's the same name as the table, but and inside these profiles, we will have avatar, ID, and name. But because profiles, well, sounds weird because it's plural, I will rename it here to just profile, so I can use profile. And now, instead of here, for example, avatar, I can pass URL, and I will pass it profile.avatar, because inside the profiles, we have avatar. Now if I save, I get avatar on this one and on this one. Now let's fix this John Doe. The name will be the same, but let's fix it anyway. Here, let's put the profile, not name, and it's the same, but you see this weird zero? Let's fix it. Let's go to index.js, and this weird 0 comes from post length. Let's just change it to post length is bigger than 0, so we don't have this 0 when this is loading. Well, let's now log out. Let's log in as my own user, private user, Gmail, and let's do test David, and let's create this post. Created, okay. Now we need to reload. We have this test David, all right, and we have my name, my avatar. So now we need to fix that when we click share, it should reload automatically. So we need to, on our homepage where we are using post form card, we want to add a property called, let's call it maybe on post. And this property will be called when someone shared something. So what do we want to do on post? We want to do fetch posts. Fetch posts. This is not defined yet, so that's why we get this underline. But let's define it maybe here. Function fetch posts, and this function will do actually the same thing that we are doing here. So I will just put it here, and here where we load our app, we will just call the same function. So now, yeah, everything works. And if I do, this will not work yet because we are not using this on post inside the post form card, but we can fix it. Let's go inside post form card, and we are passing this on post property. So inside here, create post, where we are doing alert created. Let's check if we have on post, and if we do, let's just call this as a function. Right, now let's refresh and let's do test David 2. Let's share, and as you can see, we got it here, test David 2. So this works. Right, so we have avatar, name, here we have shared an album. Let's maybe fix this thing next, and this timestamp here. So let's go to postcard. Let's go to shared an album. Let's change it to shared a post for now. And this time ago, there's a super nice component in React we can use. It's called something like React time ago. React time ago. So I will just grab it like this. And as you can see, it can do like 15 minutes ago and stuff like this. So I will open my console and let's do yarn add React time ago. You can use npm install if you want. And we also need to have JavaScript time ago. So let's add it as well. Yarn add JavaScript time ago. And we need to initiate this. So let's go back to our app.js where we initiate stuff, and let's put it here at the top. We don't need Russian here, we just need English. So let's remove this Russian thing. We have only English and we set it as a default. Now we can probably use this React time ago component. So let's go back to our post card and let's see where we have shared post, and then we have this 2 hours ago. Instead of 2 hours ago, we want to use this React time ago. Let's put an empty row here. Let's do React time ago. I guess this has been imported for me now. Let's see. Yes, it did. If it doesn't do automatically for you, you need to add all those lines. And here we just need to put the date, and the date is actually inside. Here we are passing this as a created at. So let's now scroll back down and let's put this created at, and let's close this one like this. Let's now see if it worked. Yes, now it says 3 minutes ago on this one, and on the first one it says 20 minutes ago. So that works pretty nice. Right, the next thing is that we should take care of this photo here that we have uploaded, and we don't have an avatar here. So I think that we'll fix first the avatar. So let's scroll down here and let's see. We have this avatar thing here that we are using. And well, in the post component, in the component that we are in actually now, postcard, we could fetch the information, profile information of the currently logged in user. But then let's say we have 10 posts. If we fetch information about the profile information about currently logged in user for all 10 posts, we will do 10 requests, and we don't want to do 10 requests. We want to do only one, because we know that this avatar will be the same for all the comment fields on all posts. So we want to fetch it only once on the index page. So let's go back to our index and let's see. Here we are selecting posts, but we want to also select profile from our profiles table for the currently logged in user. So let's create a state for this. Let's call this one profile and set profile equals use state. And let's say default will be just a null. And here we need to, inside our use effect, we want to fetch our profile of the currently logged in user. We did it before, we did it inside this component. So maybe we can just go inside the post form card and we can grab it from here. So I will copy this and I will put it inside my index page. And now we have it inside our index page, inside state. But now we want to get rid of this inside this post form card. And we want to pass it to this post form card and also to every post. We could pass it as properties here, like profile equals profile. But well, that will be, I don't want to do property drilling, so I will use actually context instead. So I will create a new component for context and I will put it inside a separate directory called the contexts. And inside contexts, let's say we will have this will be called user context, user context.js. And here we'll just do const user content context equals just create context. Let's import it from React. Default will be let's say an empty object. Let's export it as well. And let's maybe use it now. Let's go back to index page. And let's see, here we are showing the layout and things. Let's use this, our user context. Let's do provider. The closing tag should go here. And this should be identity. The value will be actually just a profile that we have inside our index page, inside our state here. Right, so now we are using user context to pass our profile to everything that is inside our user context. So we can go to anything that is inside our index page. For example, we can go to post form card. We can get rid of this use effect where we are grabbing profile information. We can get rid of this state for profile because we will get it from context. Let's see, we don't have this profile yet, so this will now throw an error, but we can grab this. We can grab this from our context. So let's do const user context. We can just grab directly profile equals and use context. This has been imported for me from React. Use context, and here we need to pass user context, and this has been imported for me as well. Now if I save, well, this didn't work, and this is because, well, let's see, we are doing session user ID that is not available here. Let's see, this is empty. Let's see, this is for creating posts, right? Supabase from profiles. No, this is inside index page. Let's go back to index page and let's see here where we are selecting our profiles. Let's see if we don't have this session. If we don't have this session user ID, then let's just return here. So we don't try to select profiles. and let's add question marks so it will work. Now let's go back to our post form card and let's do console log on the profile. Let's do inspect console, and let's see, we get a null. We have use context, user context. Let's see, on the index.js, we get this provider, user context provider, value profile. Let's see, if we put it like this, then we have it as an object. But if we put it just this object directly, like profile, right, then it's always null. All right, so the value needs to always be an object. So let's put an object where profile is profile. So we put profile, that is profile. Let's save this. And because the naming is here the same, we can do just profile here. All right, and as you can see now inside our post form card, I'm console logging this profile context, and well, it's still null. So let's see, and we should grab it like this because we get an object, and inside this object we get profile. Now let's go back to index page and let's see what can be the issue. So we are fetching the profile, we are setting this to our state, but we get a null. All right, I know what's the problem. This profile is fetched when we mount our app in this use effect because we don't have any dependencies. So it runs only once. And on the beginning, the problem is that our session user ID is empty. So here we are not fetching the thing and the profile remains null. So that's why we need to add actually a dependency on this session user ID. So let's put it as the dependency. So if this changes, this use effect should be rerun. Maybe except the posts, because if we fetch the posts, we don't need to fetch it again. So let's maybe add another use effect for just the posts. I will add empty arrow function, no dependencies for posts, and here just fetch posts, and let's remove posts from here. Right, and now it looks like everything just worked. So first use effect, no dependencies, we are just fetching the posts. Second use effect, we have dependency of the user ID. If this session user ID changes, then we check if we have something here inside. If we don't, if this session user ID is empty, we do nothing, we just return here. And if we have something, then we go to Supabase profiles, we select stuff, user ID, this user ID, and then we set it to our state here. And then we are using context to provide it to all elements, all components inside our homepage. All right, so we have it inside post form card because this is displaying my avatar is displaying. I will remove this console log, and now I will also use I will fix the avatars on the post card. So let's go here, post card. We actually have already a profile, so we need to rename it. Let's use context. And we need to use our user context, and we need to define our profile. But we can't do profile like this because this is already defined here. So let's rename this profile to, so let's cast it as a name as my profile. Right, so profile inside this postcard component will be actually profile of the author. So we could actually rename this profile to author profile. And now we'll get some errors because this should be author profile. And same with this name here, author profile. Now it works. Now let's scroll to the bottom and let's see, here we have an avatar. This is this avatar of the currently logged in user. So it's the URL. And we have it as a name, my profile of the currently logged in user, my profile, and avatar. All right. So on those posts that John Doe has created, this is author profile, and we are displaying avatar and name. And here we have my avatar. So my profile.avatar, this. Alright, so those avatars are now fixed, and the next part actually I think will be uploading photos. So to upload photo to a post, we could either drag and drop it here with a mouse, but the problem is that on mobiles we don't have any drag and drop functionality. So I think the easier way will be to add a button here that will say upload an image or something. And if you are interested in doing drag and drop functionality, I did it with my Twitter clone that you can check on my channel. But for now, let's go back to our post form card. And we have a lot of those buttons, check in, people and stuff, and we need to add another button. So I will copy this people button and I will call this one photos. And we have photos, but with the same icon. So let's go to hero icons and let's search for photos, photo, and copy JSX. And let's replace this SVG. Let's just check the class names. We get, let's save it. Let's see how it looks like. Yeah, we get these photos and it looks all right. So we get this button that says photos, and now let's create maybe an onClick function. And well, what should happen on click? On click, we should get a pop-up with so we can pick the files. So actually, I think that instead of this on click, we can put an input of type file here like this, and we can hide it. So let's add some class names. Hidden, yes. Let's see what happens if we click on the button now. Nothing happens. But if we change it to label, then it will work. So let's click it. And now I can pick an image. Let's say I will pick this one. Open. And now it's inside this input of type file. But now we want to add the functionality that when we select a file or files, something should happen. So on this input of type file, let's add the onChange. And the onChange means when we select something, we should do something. So let's call this, let's trigger a function that will be called add photos. Why not? And now let's define this function somewhere, maybe here. Function add photos. For now it will be empty, but we will actually grab an event object that we get from this input. Let's see, it's here, photos. We get this input, and on change we are calling this on photo, add photos, so we can use event object that we get here. Let's do console log to see what we get inside. I will open console here, and let's select a photo again. And it looks like nothing has changed. Let's see, input, on change, input type file, on change, add photos. Let's test again. I will select this image, and now I get the event. All right. So I'm actually interested only in the files that are inside. So inside target, I need to go to, let's scroll down, files. And we have only one file. We can do that we can add multiple property here, so we can select many files, but let's grab our files for now. So let's do const files equals and event target files. That's where the files are. All right, so we get the files. What's the next part? We want to upload those files, and we will use Supabase for this. So for each file, let's do for const file of files. So for each file, let's do maybe just console log file for now. All right, and let's clear this. Let's maybe select two files this time. I will select this and this. Let's, yeah, and we get to console log files. Let's see what do we have inside each of this. We get the name, we get the size, type. Yeah, so this should work. So first we want to maybe change the name of the file, so we get something super unique when we upload. So let's do const new name equals, and let's say it will be the old name, so file.name, but on the beginning we will add some kind of random timestamp. So let's do date.now, and we will have a timestamp. Right, and then we have unique name because we add this timestamp on the beginning. So I guess now we can upload some files. But before we upload files, we need to add a bucket. So let's go to storage and let's do create a new bucket. The bucket name will be, let's say it will be just photos, and it will be public so anyone can see anything inside this bucket. Not the list of the photos, but if you have a link to the specific item inside this bucket, you can always see this. So let's create this bucket, and we have photos. All right. So if I upload anything to the photos and I send you a link, you can always see this. But the links are unique and super long with this date now. So they are impossible to guess. All right. So now we want to upload a file. So what do? We do Supabase because we already have the client. And let's do storage and then upload. Not update bucket. It should be from first. We need to define what kind of bucket we want to upload files to. So the bucket will be photos, and then we want to do upload. The path will be just the new name. So let's do new name, and I will put another in a separate row here. And the second param here is actually the body of the file. So it's just, we can just do the file. And well, let's see. This is a promise. So we need to do .then, and we get some kind of result here. So let's grab it and let's console log it. Let's console log result. Right, and now let's see. Let's upload maybe one photo, and this didn't work. Let's see, what do we get here? We get an error. New row violates row level security policy for table objects. All right, so let's go to our buckets. Let's see, storage. We have photos. Let's open policies. Let's add the new policy for photos, full customization. And for this policy, let's say it will be for insert, and you just need to be logged in. So bucket ID is photos, and our user ID is different than null, or it just exists. So let's maybe do like this, and let's see if this will work. We need to provide a name. Logged in users can upload photos. Let's do review, save policy. Sorry, here should be and do review, save policy. And now let's see. Now let's try to upload something once again. Nothing happened. Let's reload. Let's upload this one. Okay, I get response, I get error. New row violates row level security policies for table objects. Okay, so maybe let's try to go back to storage policies, and let's edit this one to not check this part, user ID. Let's click review, save policy, and now let's check again. Let's open here, let's upload this one, and we get some data and we don't have any error. We are not checking the user ID if a user is logged in. Maybe we should. So let's quickly go back. Let's add this policy, and let's check and let's do our user ID is not null. Maybe now it will work. All right, and let's try to upload again. I passed the same photo, so let's do photos, and let's try again, and let's see, we get the data. So yeah, now it works. It checks that we are logged in. All right, so now we can upload, and we get the path, and well, everything works. Now for these photos, we can actually grab the first photo. Let's copy URL and let's see how it looks like. And I put it as a comment here. See? So this is the URL to our storage, P and Y and stuff. Let's see if it's the same as we have inside env. Yes, it's the same. So we can actually use this next public Supabase URL. And then we do /storage version 1 public photos. I will just copy this part and I will get rid of this comment here. Right, and after we are uploaded the photo, let's maybe do console log and the object with URL to this photo. So as you remember, inside this result we have data and we have path. So let's maybe quickly here check that result data length is bigger than 0. Then we will do this console log and the URL will be actually process environment next. Let's see, what was the name of it? Next public Supabase URL. Next public Supabase URL. And let's add to this storage stuff. Let's see if we need other slash. Yeah, we need slash here on the beginning. And then on the end, we just need to add this path that we got from result. So let's do result data and here just a command. All right, so now let's refresh and let's try to upload something. And do we get a console log? We did not. I guess it's because we get some kind of error. So let's do console log. Let's do maybe else. Console log result. Is it misspelled? Length. No, I think this is. But we don't need to check the length on the data because it's not an array, it's an object. We can do just like this. Alright, now let's refresh. I will upload again. Let's take this trees and we get this URL. So I will check if it works and it doesn't. Alright, because it's trimmed here, as you see, it's shortened. So this is the full URL. So let's try again and it works. Alright, so uploading works. But now when we upload a photo here, what do we want to do? We want to display this photo somewhere here above photos. So let's see where we have the buttons. Here we have the buttons for the photos and other stuff. But well, when we upload the photo, we want to save this URL to our state and show it here above the full image. So let's maybe first create the state. So let's do const, let's do uploads and set uploads. It will be use state and default will be an empty array like this. And then we can do this set uploads here when we have this URL. Maybe I can just grab it from here and put it as a variable here. So we get this URL. We don't need to console log it anymore. Instead, we need to just update set uploads. And here we just want to put all the previous uploads plus this next URL. So I will spread it like this. So we get a new array of old uploads. On the beginning, this will be empty array. So this whole array will be empty, but then we will also add this URL thing here. Now we can, now we set our uploads to our state. So let's print it somewhere. So here we have a div with all the buttons. So here above, maybe we can add a div. And that will be visible only if we have any uploads. So let's do uploads. Length is bigger than 0. Then uploads, we will do map. And for each upload, maybe not for each upload yet. First, we just check that we have uploads. Then inside parentheses, we will just do this div. And then inside this div, let's do uploads map. And with each upload, let's do parentheses and the div inside. And let's say that for now we will just print upload. It will be a link. Or maybe we can actually here check if we can actually here print it as an image. So let's do upload here, right? And I will add some class names here in this div above the image. Let's say that the image height will be max of, I don't know, 12. And yeah, let's see how this works. So let's upload this thing again. And yeah, we got something here. So this is too big. So we need to fix it now. So on this image, let's say that it will have a class names of width auto and height of 12. And now it's this small. Right, maybe we can make it bigger. I will remove it. I will remove this height 12 on this div. And instead I will do height 24 here. Right, and now we can probably do rounded corners here. So let's do on the image, let's do rounded medium. So we'll have the same rounded corners that we have here. So if I save, yeah, now they're rounded. And well, this works. Now we want to maybe be able to upload several photos. Let's see if this will work. Here's the photos, and let's take this one and this one, open. Maybe we should see some kind of preloading. And now we have 2 photos, but we see only one. That is weird. Let's see, here we have set uploads. We do uploads. Let's see, what do we have here inside? We have only one div, that's weird. Right, maybe we need to update this to be a function. Previous uploads, and use it as an arrow function like this. And instead of uploads, let's do previous uploads. And let's see if this will make it better. So let's take this one and this one. Let's open. So we get 2. All right. I want them to be next to each other. So on this div, I will put flanks and some gap of maybe 2. Yeah. So we have some spacing. Maybe more. Let's do gap 4. Yeah, this may be too much. Let's do gap 2. This will work. It would be nice to see some kind of preloading thing. So when it's uploading, something should be spinning or something. So let's add a state called is uploading and set is uploading. Use state, default will be false. And let's print it here where we show uploads. Above, let's do if is uploading. Then we will show a div with uploading, please wait. And let's see how it looks like. I will just quickly set it to true. Uploading, please wait. Well, it doesn't look that great, so I think it would be much better with a spinner. So there is a package called React Spinners, I think. React Spinners. Yes, let's see, demo page. Yeah, and we have many to choose from. So I will add them. Let's do yarn add React Spinners. And let's see, which one should I take? I think I will go with this pulse loader, or maybe bounce loader. I think I would do bounce loader. Right, so instead of this uploading, please wait, I will go with bounce loader. And this thing has been imported from me from React Spinners. Yes, and I can change colors here and size and speed. Let's do speed multiplier, let's do 2, let's do color. For the color, I want to use the same that we have on the buttons, and I don't want to have this gray thing. So I will just quickly pick this blue. I'll put it here, so now it's blue. And well, now to not copy paste it too much, I will put it inside the component. Let's do new. I will copy this first, and inside components, new file. Let's do spinner or preloader.js and export default function preloader, and it will just return this. And inside our pulse form card, instead of using bounce loader, we can do preloader like this. And now we are not using React spinners here, so we can remove it. And this shouldn't be spinning, so let's put it back to false. Set is uploading is not used yet. Let's see. When we add photos, here this function is run when we change the value of the input file input. So first we should check if we have anything to upload. If file's length is bigger than 0, then we should run this loop. And if we know that we have something to upload, then we can do set is uploading to true. And well, when should we stop uploading? We should stop uploading if everything is uploaded. But how do we know everything is uploaded? If we are doing this as a then. Well, we can actually, instead of using then, we can grab the day result from here using await. So let's do const result equals Supabase await storage, blah, blah, blah. And then let's just take all this and let's get rid of this await. And then because we are doing await, underneath we can do if we have result data and stuff. I will make the formatting a little easier to read. And now because we are using await, I need to add async here because now it's an async function. And because we are doing await, we can, this will run synchronously. So after this for each loop, we can do set is uploading to false, right? And now let's see, let's upload the 2 photos. We get the spinner and we get 2 photos. So that is cool. Right, so now we can do uploading. We know what photos we uploaded. But now when we create a post, we want to add those photos to the post. We can either add it to the same table, or we can add it to a separate table. And I think it would be better to put it in a separate table, or we can put it both inside the posts table and in a separate table. Let's start with the same table. So let's put it even for inside the posts. We need to create a column for this. So let's go to our table editor and the posts, and let's edit this table. And let's add a column that will be called photos. And let's say it will be, do we have a JSON here that we can use? We have, yes, we have JSON. And let's say default value will be empty parentheses, empty array for JSON. And let's try to pull it up. No, doesn't work. Let's just save it as it is. Let's save it. Okay, now it's saved. And let's try to add the photos. Now we have this new column called photos. And inside this column, I just want to put all the uploads we have. Uploads. Let's put it here as photos. And well, after we created the post, we want to run this on post. And we are resetting the value of the text area. Let's do also set uploads to empty parentheses as well. So we'll clear all the uploaded files after we created the post. Right, but now let's maybe add some margin top here first, shall we? So where we have our photos here, maybe let's add here for each div that holds an image of the upload. Let's do margin top of 2. Yes, that should be good enough. Now let's do test photos, and we will see how it will work out. Let's do share. We do test photos. This is the old photo that is hard coded inside our component, but let's go to our table. And well, we have some JSON here with our URLs to our photos. So that is really nice. All right, so we have test photos, but we are showing this hard-coded photo. Instead, let's show our photos that we have uploaded. So let's go back to our pages and index page. And let's see, here we are fetching the posts, but we are not fetching photos. So let's add photos here. So we will have it inside our posts. And here where we are looping through our posts and passing the information about our posts to postcard, let's open postcard. And here we can grab photos. And let's see, down here somewhere, where do we have this photo here? We have time ago, then we have a drop down here. It should be under the drop down. Here we have this image. All right, so I will comment this image for now. And instead, let's loop through our photos. So if photos length is bigger than 0, then let's do photos map. And let's do question mark in case the photos is not an array. Let's do map, and for each photo we will do let's do a div. Whoops, a div. Sorry, here should be regular parentheses. A div. Let's close the div, and let's just print the photo of the URL here. We get 2 URLs here, so that's pretty cool. Now instead of having this like this, let's put an image, and the source will be photo. So we have 2 images here, but well, we want to put it maybe next to each other. So let's do classes on this div, and let's say we'll have flex here, but not on this one. We need to have another div flex that will be above, not for the each of the div that holds an image. Let's do like this, and let's put it here. So the div above will be flex. All right, but now, as you can see, the problem is that this div flex should be only visible if we have any photos. So the photos length bigger than 0, then parentheses, and let's put this here inside, and we don't need to check it again. So we can remove it from this mapping functionality. Right, and now we can also add some gap. So let's do gap of maybe 4, and well, this works nice. Now actually for we could leave it like this, but I will add rounded corners. So let's do class name rounded medium. Yeah, that's better. And well, I think this will be good enough. So now we can upload the photos, and we can create the posts and with photos and stuff. So we have this part of content done. Now we need to fix the comments, and we need to fix the profiles as well. So for now it will not work at all. So I think the next part will be actually to fix the profiles. Oops, let's go to localhost 3000. So on the top of each post, let's see, we have a link that goes to just /profile. It shouldn't go like this. It should go to /profile and then ID of the user. So let's do plus, and now ID of the user. Do we have it? I guess we do. Let's see. Inside index page we have it. Let's see what we are selecting. For each profile we are selecting ID. All right. So inside this post card we have it. We have this profile. Is it called profile? No, it's called author profile. So let's do author profile and ID. Right. And now let's see. This is a link to the name. Let's see. And as you can see, I get this ID here now. So that is good. Now let's see the structure of our pages. So I get profile, and for anything that is after /profile, this will be used. Actually, this should be renamed. So I will do just ID like this, and this should work as well. Yes, it does. And this is the file ID inside profile. It just shows the profile page that we have defined here, this component. But here we can actually grab the router So let's use router from next router, and let's do console log on this router. Let's see what do we have inside, because we need to grab this ID. So I will inspect it here. Let's open console. We get an object, and let's see. We have a query, and inside the query we have ID. All right, so let's grab it. Const user ID equals, and inside the router we have a query, and then we have ID. All right, and then we have user ID assigned to this constant. Right, and then we have user ID. We want to fetch information about this user, but maybe not here. I don't know. This should actually go to the profile page itself. So let's open here, and let's see. We have profile page, we have router, we have a lot of stuff. So let's put some spacing here, and I will put it here. We have already router, so we'll remove it. And here we have user ID, so that is cool. Now when we have a user ID, we want to fetch information about this user, and we want to add it as a state somewhere. So I will put it maybe here, profile, and set profile, use state, and default will be, let's say, null. Right, and then we need to, let's say I will put it here, use effect to call a function that will be run when we mount our object. Or actually, this is dependent of our user ID. So let's put user ID here inside dependencies. And if user ID is empty or something is wrong, user ID, and then we will just return it. Otherwise, here underneath, we will grab the profile of our user ID. So we need to go to Supabase. We don't have our Supabase client here. So let's do const Supabase, use Supabase client. This has been imported for me. That's cool. Let's do Supabase from profiles, and then select, and then where, so equals, because I want to check that ID is the same as user ID. And then I want to get result, let's call it like this. And if result error, then let's just throw it, result error. Otherwise, if we have a result data, then, sorry, I have misspelled it. It should be result. If we have result data, we can set it to a profile, to our state. So let's do result data and first item, because it's selecting many things. All right, I don't know what I'm selected and what I'm logged in as, but let's maybe try to replace this John Doe. So let's scroll down. Here we see the John Doe. Let's replace it with our profile information that we have inside state. Profile name, and yeah, it shows my name, so that's cool. If I refresh, I get an error because on the beginning this profile thing is actually null. So let's do just question mark here. Yes, and this works much better. So the next part is this avatar. We just need to pass a URL, and let's say we want to show this avatar only if we have a profile information. So if profile, then parentheses, and let's put this avatar here inside, and we want to do profile dot avatar. So I see my avatar. Well, it looks weird, and I think that's because, let's go to avatar, and well, let's see. I will open this one. It's this image, but the div is much bigger than the image. So I need to make on the image, let's do class names, and let's do with full. Okay, now it's because the image was too small. That's why it has been only cropped from the top left. But now it's fixed. Let's go back to profile, and well, we have the avatar, we have the name. Maybe now we should fix the city and the cover, because we don't have those two. Right, so we need to add the columns for cover and the city. Let's go to profiles, and we can edit table, And let's add a column for place. That will be just a text. And let's add also cover. That will be also text. And now let's just save it. And I think it worked. We have place and we have cover. Right, so now we can maybe try to display the place. So instead of this Stockholm, Sweden, let's do profile question mark dot place. Now it's, as you can see, it's empty because we need to put, because we don't have anything in the database. Let's see. We have profiles here. Maybe I can edit this. Let's make this thing bigger. Here's my profile. Let's put place Stockholm, Sweden. Yes. And for the cover, let's put the URL for the current cover for now. So like this, save. And now if I refresh, I get Stockholm, Sweden. But this cover is not from the database yet. So here we have the cover. And it's hard-coded URL to an image. And now let's do just profile and the cover. Right, now let's see. I think it works. So that is cool. I think that it would be much better to put this cover inside a separate component. So I will grab it from here and let's do new file cover.js. And let's do export default function cover, and we need a URL here as a property, and this will just return the thing that I have just copied. He will just use the URL. Now let's display this inside my profile. I have cut it from here, so let's do cover like this. We need to pass URL from profile.cover. Let's add a question mark just in case if profile is null, and now it works. Right, now a cool thing would be to be able to update my cover, if this is my user, of course. Because if I'm on, for example, this user, I shouldn't be able to edit cover. All right, so first I need to know if this is my user. Const is my user. To know if I should display the button to change the cover or not. How can I know if this is my user? I can check if the user ID from the router is the same as my user ID. And my user ID, I can grab it from session. So let's do const session equals use session like this. And here is my user. I can check user ID, that is from the URL, is the same as session user.id. I'll add the question marks in case session will be null on the beginning. And now is my user is true if I'm visiting my own user. All right, so let's say that on the cover, we will add a property or param called editable if this is my user, So this editable will be true. I'm visiting my own user. So let's open cover and let's add this editable property here. And well, let's see. Let's put this image now into a separate div. And let's check if this thing is editable. If cover is editable, then let's put another div that will have a button and that will say change cover image, something like this. We don't see this button because I guess it's behind this avatar, but we can fix it. Maybe I will go to my own user. So I will have an image. Oh, I see my button. Let's add class name of absolute positioning. So now it's in the middle. This main div, let's make it relative. And now we can do right 0. And let's do also bottom 0. Right now for the button, let's make it white or something. Background white. Yes. And here maybe we can add some margin of 2 or something like this. For the button, let's maybe add some padding of 2. Maybe padding on the top and the bottom of 1. And on the sides it will be 2. Maybe 3. maybe 4. Yeah, this will work. Now let's do rounded corners, rounded medium. Yes, and maybe let's add a little bit of shadow. Shadow medium and shadow black. So it pops up a little bit. Change cover image. It would be nice to have an icon. So let's get this camera. Why not? Copy JSX and let's put it before the text. Let's put it like this and let's see how it looks like. Well, it should be before the text. So on this button, I will try to make it flex and it actually worked. So let's do gap of 2 or maybe gap of 1. Let's make this SVG smaller. So I'll do width of 5, height of 5. And here we have flex. Let's do also items center. So it will be aligned vertically, the icon. And the padding on the sides, let's do 2. We don't need that much. And I think this will work. Yeah, I think this will be good enough. Let's do just cursor of type pointer. So we'll have this hand icon on this button. And now, same way as always, we need to add, same way we did it on the homepage for creating posts, we need to add the input of type file. And now we need to change this button to label. And for this input of type file, we need to check if something has changed. So on changed, on change, and something if it changes, update cover. Yeah, update cover. We need to define this function here. So let's do update cover function. And well, whoops, now this is too big. We need to hide this input. So let's do class name hidden. That's much better. And now let's see, update cover. We get an event with all the files info and stuff. So let's grab it first. File equals event target files and first. But this could be empty. So that's why I'm doing this question mark dot before this. Get me the first item of this array. Now let's check if we have the file. Then we can do the upload thing. But then we need to have a separate bucket for our cover images. So let's go to our storage. Let's create a new bucket. Let's call it covers and let's make it public. All right. And as always, we need to create a policy that can be actually the same that we had for photos. So I can copy this and create the same for covers. So for inserts, let's add any user can upload a cover. And the policy definition will be this. So if the bucket ID is covers, then we just check that user ID of the currently logged in user is not null. And let's do review, save policy, right? And now let's try to upload this. We need the Supabase client first. So let's do const Supabase, use Supabase client. Let's import this. Yes. And now let's do Supabase and storage from and the covers. And now we want to upload. I'll put it inside the separate row so it will be easier to read. And the path of the file, so the name of the file. Let's create it first. Const new name. So we'll have unique names. Date now plus the name of the original file. So let's do file name. So upload new name and we are uploading just this file. And upload is an async function, so we need to run then or await, doesn't really matter. We can do await, and let's get rid of this then. And instead, so it should be async here, async, because update cover will become an async function. And here we'll do await, so we are awaiting for this upload, and we can get the data and the error like this. And then we can check if we have error, then let's just throw error. if we have data, let's maybe just console log it. So console log data. Let's see, console. Let's try to upload something, and I will upload this. Let's see. Yeah, I got the path inside my data, so that's cool. But a cool feature would be actually to maybe show a preloader when we are uploading a cover. So let's do const is uploading, is uploading, and set is uploading equals use state. Default will be false, or maybe let's do default for now true, because it will be easier for us to style it. Let's see. Here, if is uploading, then we will do array here, and let's do div with some class names. The class name will be absolute, and let's do inset 0, so it will be stretched, and let's do background of white and background opacity of 90%. All right, maybe that's too much. Let's do 80%. Yeah. And here in the middle, let's show a preloader like this, but let's put it in the middle. So let's do flex and items center. Yes, but let's put another div here, and let's do flex and or maybe inline flex inline flex, and let's do, or maybe just inline block, and let's do margin on the X auto. And let's put this preloader inside. So now the preloader is in the middle. We need to put Z index on this one, so it will be above this button. Let's do Z of 10. But now it's even above this avatar. So let's go back to profile, and let's see. Here we have avatar. Let's do Z 20. So it's above this. Right, now let's go back to cover. And default uploading should be false. And then if we have a file, then we should set uploading to true. If we are done uploading, so let's say somewhere here, let's do set is uploading to false. Yes, and now let's try to upload something. I will take this trees. It's uploading, done, nothing have changed because we are only console logging. Instead of console logging, we have this path to the image. Well, let's call this const URL. I will put data.path, but on the beginning, I want to add the full URL the same way we did on postcard, not on postcard, on post form card. So like this, let's get the full URL and back to cover, and here we just need to do this data path. Let's put it here above like this. So we get the URL, and we get the URL of the currently uploaded the cover. And now we want to update our profile. So let's do Supabase from profiles. We want to do update, and what do we want to update? We want to update the cover to be this new URL. Yes, and we want to update it for a specific profile ID. So we will write a policy in a minute. Let's check that the ID of the this profiles is the same as mine. So I need a session. Let's do const session equals use session, and let's do session that user.id. This should work, and well, we can do await or then, doesn't really matter. And here we can grab it as a result one, or we can do extract it like this, data and error. This time I will do this way. Right, and we have data and error. Let's do console log data. And if we have error, let's just throw it. Right, now let's try to upload something. I will upload those trees again, and we get null. So I guess it's right. Let's see, profiles, Yeah, no preview. Let's see if I refresh, I still get the same. Let's see in console, I still get the same image. Let's also grab the rest. So dot rest, and let's also display the rest of the information. Let's upload something. Let's upload those trees, and let's see. Looks like everything worked. Let's see. Let's go to our tables, profiles, and well, let's see, cover. Okay, this is empty, and this is the only thing that we got. So let's see. So on my user, I get this, and it hasn't been updated. Let's see. We are trying to update cover. Let's see if this is the same name. Cover, yes. Let's maybe try with different user. I will log out, and let's log in with John Doe. And I want to go to my John Doe profile. Let's change the cover image. Let's try with this one. Let's open. And well, if I refresh, hasn't been changed. No. Let's see this then functionality once again. Then let's do results so we can get everything, and let's do console log result. Right. And now let's try to upload this again. I get a result 2 or 4, and well, I guess this is because we don't have a policy yet for updating stuff. So it just says nothing has been updated. Right, so let's go to our tables and the profiles. We have one policy for profiles, only for selecting. We need a new policy for updating. So updating for let's call this policy users can update their profiles. And we need to add the expression to know if we can update this row. So this should return true. Why do we have those two? This is for using is for selecting, and update is for, and with check is for updating. We can do using in case we are, I guess, selecting the data and then updating this. So I guess basically we should put the same things on both, the same thing. But let's check that auth user ID is the same that the ID, because it's called ID inside profiles. And I'll put the same here above, and hope it will work. It's saved. Let's see if we are going to upload a cover image again. I will refresh, and now let's upload. Uploading. We still get 204. Is it because the policy? Let's see. I will add it here. Let's do true here and true even here. And let's save it, and I will refresh. Let's try to upload again to see if it works. We still get 204. Profiles. Our users can update their profiles. Let's create it from 0. Delete. Profiles, new policy. For both insert and update. Okay, I need to do this separately. So let's do for update. Users can update their profiles, and let's just to return true here and true here. See templates. Right, let's do review, save policy, and let's try once again. Profiles, and the payload was this. And let's see on side our tables. Profiles, we get avatar, and this has been updated actually, but it's not visible. Let's see. Inside our profile, we have a cover that we are selecting from profile. Let's see what do we have inside the profile. So let's do console log here, profile, and let's see the console. What do we have inside profile? We have place, name, ID, cover. All right, so we have cover. So let's select this and let's see. The resource has not been found. Let's see, storage, we add. Okay, the link is wrong that we are updating, because let me show you. Let's go back to cover, and where we are creating the link here. It shouldn't be photos, it should be covers, right? And now we can change to, let's take the trees, and we don't have any data, so I guess it's right. Yeah, and it worked. But now we should actually update the policies. So here for profiles, for update, we need to check that our user ID is the same, actually, that user ID of the row that we are updating. Let's do review, save policy, and it has been saved. All right, and let's see. Let's now try to edit this again to maybe this photo. It's uploading, and it's uploaded. Let's refresh. Yeah, it's right. It should reload the image on itself. So let's say that on cover, we will have a property called onChange, and this will be called when we change the cover. So if we don't have any error on this result, no error, then onChange, then, and if we have also onChange, we can do onChange parenthesis to call it like this, and then inside our profile, let's see, here we have cover, we can check, we can pass onChange. And what do we want to do onChange? We want to refetch our user. We want to fetch information about our user, so the information inside the profile will be updated. So we are fetching the user here inside the use effect, so we can actually just grab it from here and we can put it into a separate function. So let's do function fetch user, and like this, and here inside our use effect just fetch user, and same for our cover onChange. Let's do just fetch user without parentheses, right? And let's change the photo to those trees. Let's open, and it worked. That's perfect. So the next thing will be actually to be able to change the avatar. So the same thing that we did on cover, we need to pass is editable and onChange on avatar. So let's pass it like this, and well, let's open avatar and let's see. First, we need to grab if it's editable. So let's do editable, and we need to grab onChange as well later. So this image, let's put it in a separate div for now, like this, and this rounded and overflow hidden, we can actually put it inside this div. So like this. Right, nothing have changed yet. And now if it's editable, then let's add a div here, and I want to put a camera button. So I'll pick this camera, copy JSX, see what type of, yeah, it should be outline. So let's put this camera here. So we have this camera here, shouldn't be like this. So I will add on this one, I will add relative. And on this one, I will add absolute, and bottom 0 and right 0. Right, now let's add some shadow, medium, shadow, maybe black. Let's add, this is a div, but maybe we can make it a button. Yes, and let's add padding of 2. Let's add background of white. Let's do rounded corners, rounded medium, or not, let's make it circle, rounded full. Yes, that's much better. And maybe shouldn't be black, it should be gray 300. Yeah, maybe 500. Yeah, so that is good. Now let's also put a cursor pointer, and let's put an input of type file that should have a class name of hidden, and this button should be changed to a label, so we can click those files inputs. Yeah, so this works. Now, when we change this input type file, let's call it onChange, and let's call this function maybe handle avatar change. Why not? Right, and let's define this function maybe on the top here, handle avatar change. We get an event as always. And what do we want to do? We want to do the same thing that we did with the cover. So essentially it will be all of this that is inside this if. So well, we can most likely put it as a separate function. So I will call this function, let's put a new directory called maybe helpers, and let's put a new file called user.js, and let's do export async function called upload the user image, maybe user profile image. Yes, and let's put everything here from cover. So I will put all of this inside here, and let's see what is missing. We can remove this set is uploading to true and set is uploading to false. And what do we need? We need Supabase. We need as the param, we need user ID. So user ID, let's put it as a param as well, user ID. I will maybe put it like this so it will be easier to read. What else do we need? We actually need the file itself and the bucket. So where is the bucket name we should use? Here, bucket. And here as well, here we have covers, but it should be a bucket name. So let's do backticks. And here I will put bucket. Yes, and I think that will be it. We have this on change, but actually I think it will be much better with a promise. Let's do return new promise, and here we will have resolve and reject like this, and the function. Let's put all of this inside this promise, and instead of doing this, if we don't have an error, we'll do just resolve here, resolve, and that's it. We can do we are using this await here, so we need to do async here so it will work. Yeah, and I think that will be it. We have profiles ID with this user ID. Here we are updating the cover. It's not always the cover. We need to get like a property name param. So we have bucket, and let's call this user property, user proper, or maybe profile column, yes, and now let's do profile column, and I think that will be it. And else, if we have an error, let's just throw error, result.error. All right, and then let's go back to cover, and well, we can delete all of this, and here we can just use our function called upload user profile image. Upload user profile image. We need to pass Supabase object. We need to pass user ID that we have inside session user.id. We need to pass the file. We need to pass the backend name that will be covers. We need to pass the profile column will be just cover, and then that's it. And this is async function, so we can do just await. And on the beginning we can do set is uploading to true, and on the end we can do a set is uploading to false. All right, and let's see if this will work. So I will try to change it back to those boats. All right, I know I forgot to run this on change. So let's do after this on change. if we have onChange. If we have onChange, then run onChange. So if I refresh, it should be boats. Yes. And let's change back to those trees. Yes. And now let's go back to avatar. And let's see, handle avatar change. Const file equals event target files the first. But let's use question mark and dot in case files is empty. And now if we have the file, let's do upload user profile image. And first we need Supabase, so we need to grab it from here. Const Supabase, use Supabase client. We need to import it like this. Now it has been imported for me, so I can pass it Supabase. The next thing is user ID. I think I will grab it from session like this. Const session equals use session. And so let's do session user ID. And then we have file, so just file. Bucket name will be avatars. I don't think we have it yet. And the profile column will be just avatar. Right, so here we can do that this function is async, and we will do await here. Await. And we need to add this bucket. So let's go to storage and let's create a new bucket called avatars, and it will be avatars. It will be public bucket. Let's create it. Let's go to policies, and we will do the same policy that we have on covers. So I will edit this one. So user ID cannot be null. Let's go to policies, avatars, new policy, full customization, and we need to do on insert, and I will paste it, and I will just change this one to avatars, and let's put any user can upload an avatar, and let's do a review, and let's do save. We get some error, but yeah, now it's successful. And now let's try maybe to change the avatar. So I have this guy here that I will try to upload, and well, let's see the network. I think it should work. Let's reload. Yes, it worked, but it didn't reload because we forgot about this onChange. So let's do if we have onChange, then let's call onChange. Right, it would be nice also to show some kind of preloader. Same we did with cover. So let's use state for this. Let's do is uploading and set is uploading equals use state. Default will be, let's do true, so we'll see the preloader. And let's see here is uploading, then parentheses, and inside a div with class names, and it will be absolute div, and well, let's do inset of 0, and inside I want to put preloader, and let's say this will be a flex div, so I can do items center, so the preloader will be centered vertically. But now I again need to put a div for that will be inline block for this preloader, so it will be mx auto, so it will be centered vertically. I will also add the background color of white, and background color white, background opacity will be 90%. And this one should be also rendered full, and let's maybe change it to 80%, maybe 50. Yeah, I think 50 is good enough. And now I can change, now we can use this set is uploading. If we have a file before we are starting uploading, let's do set is uploading to true. And then before we do onChange, let's do set is uploading to false. Yeah. And default on the uploading should be false. Right, now let's try to change this. We get this old guy. Let's do upload. It works. Right, so the next thing we need to do is probably to edit this text information, like name and the city that we usually have here underneath. So I guess we need like an edit button somewhere here. So let's see, we are at avatar. Let's go to our profile page, and let's see, here we have avatar, and here we have some, let's see where we can put it. Here we have the avatar. Let me inspect this. See what do we have here. Here we have the avatar. Here we have the cover. Then we have this avatar, and then we have the rest with the name and stuff. So I guess this is this one. And here we have profile name, and then we have a profile place. Let's see if we put a div here with test where it shows up. Okay, it's underneath. All right, we want to put it somewhere here. All right, here we have a div. If I put test here, it will be underneath the place, but we want this test to be on the right side. So I guess here I will put a flex on the div above, and those two, the name and the place, I will put it inside this empty div, and our test will be in another div. So let's see now. Okay, now we have test on the right side, but we want to have a space here in between. So our let's see, our flex div here, the parent, let's do space space around, or how is it called? Content around? No. Justify around? No, let's do justify between. Justify between. Yeah, and now we have only spacing between. For the place, I would like to add like a default something empty. So if we don't have a place, let's just put internet. Yeah, something like this. All right, we have this test, but instead of test, we want to have a button. So let's do button, edit profile like this. And now we need some styling for this button. So let's do background social blue. Why not? Let's add some rounded corners. So rounded medium, text white. Maybe we can make this button actually white. So let's do background white, and text will be the default, so we can remove this white, but we will add some shadow medium, and shadow black. Maybe black is too much. Let's do gray 500, that's still too much. Let's do small shadow and gray 300. I think let's maybe do 400. Yeah, and now some padding. Let's do padding of on the top and the bottom. So padding Y, let's do 1, and on the sides let's do padding 2. Yeah, I think that looks nice. Maybe we can make it a little bit darker. Let's do gray 500. Yeah, I think this will work. Will be cool with a pen icon. So I will put an SVG from hero icons. Let's search for pen, maybe edit. Well, I think this will work. So let's put this one. Let's see how it looks like. Yeah, that's right. Let's put flex on the button, so the icon will be on the left side, and some gap of at least 1. Yeah, I think this will work. So we have edit profile, and well, what else do we need? What should happen when we click on this edit profile? Then we should replace those texts with inputs. So we need to have a state for the profile. Is it editing mode or not? And before we do this, this edit profile button will show for all profiles. So we need to change it so it shows only, this button shows only if it's our profile. So is my user, and then in parentheses we can show this button. Yes, so I'm logged in as John Doe, that's why I see this button. But if I will visit this profile, I don't see the button. All right, so now let's see, I can edit this user. What should happen when I click on the button? Let's do on click. We should have a state for this. So let's scroll to the top, and somewhere here let's do const edit mode, set edit mode, use state, default will be false. All right, and Now let's see. This file is really big, so we will need to chop it down and put into separate components. But for now, for this button, let's do arrow function here, and it will do set edit mode to true. So we'll get also rid of this error. All right, we want to show this button only if it's my user and it's not edit mode, right? So once we click it, it will disappear because we are inside edit mode now. The edit mode is true. All right. So let's maybe also put a button for saving the changes. So if it's my user, and the edit mode is true, and then we will put a div inside parentheses, maybe not a div, but a button, not like this. I would just copy this button and I will put it here. And instead of edit profile, I will do save profile, and maybe without any icon like this. Or maybe we'll put icon like something for saving. And we don't have any save icon here. That's weird. Save. We have only bookmark. Oh, let's skip this for now, this icon. And let's see, we have save. But now we should have those two as inputs. So let's see where they are. They are here. Here we have the name, and name should be visible only if it's not edit mode, then name. So now it's not visible because it's edit mode is true. So now let's do if edit mode is true, and parentheses, and here inside a div with an input. Let's put a placeholder, your name, and the value. Well, the value will be actually, we need to put name. We need to put it in a state. So let's go back up here and let's put const name set name equals use state, and default will be empty string. So now we can put it here inside our input name as a value, and I'll put it in a separate row so it will be easier to read. But now also we need on change, we get event, and we'll just need to do set name and the event target value, as always with the inputs. If I put edit mode, then I can edit here. This cool. Save profile doesn't do anything for now, but well, let's fix this input first. I will add some class names so it will be more visible that this is actually an input. And well, one thing I don't like is that the input sits inside h1. I think this is kind of wrong. So I will put this edit mode outside of this h1, and this h1 will only be visible if we not are at edit mode like this. And here inside I will put this h1, and I can just display profile name. I don't need to recheck that edit mode is disabled. For the input, I want to have like a border and some padding on the top and the bottom of 2, and on the sides of at least 3. Yeah, something like this. Rounded corners, so let's do rounded medium because we like rounded corners. And well, now we need to do the same for the thing here underneath for the place. So here we have this place. It should only be visible if we don't have edit mode enabled. So parentheses, and let's put this here. But if we are at edit mode, then parentheses, let's put a div with an input. And well, maybe we can just copy paste this one, and we will just change the name to the place that we don't have yet. Let's scroll up and we have name here. Let's do the same for place. Place, set place, use state, default will be empty string. Now let's scroll down. See, we have place here. We just need to change the placeholder to your location, and here we will have a set place, and here we will have a place. Yeah, and this should work. Now if I click edit profile, we got 2 inputs. Maybe I can add like margin top 1 on the location. And now one thing is that when I click edit, I want those values to be inside the inputs. So how we can do this? Let's see where we have this edit profile. Here we have it. I will put this on click on a separate row, and same with class names for this input. Instead of doing this only set edit mode to true, I will put it as an arrow function with those, and I will add a colon here. Now nothing has changed yet, but I will add here or that we want to also set the name and the location from the user, from the profile. But this will be too much of the code probably here inside, or will be, I don't know, let's put it like this. And now let's also do set name to profile name, and let's do also set place to profile place. Yeah, and let's see if I refresh, edit profile. Yeah, and we have John Doe. We didn't have anything inside your location because the internet is not, this string is not inside the place. This is just a default for displaying stuff. And so now we should probably fix this save profile button. But for this, we will create a function, I guess. So here, let's do function, and let's do save profile. Yes, and well, what do we want to do? We want to update the place and name that we have inside state. So how can we do this? We need to update our profile inside Supabase. So let's do Supabase from and profiles, and then we want to update. Let's put data here. We want to update name to be name and place to be place. But because the naming is the same, the columns, the names of the columns are the same that we have inside state, so we can do just name and place like this. Then we need to check that we want to only update where it equals the ID of the profile equals ID of our user. So do we have we need to have a ID of our user. Do we have a session here? Session, yes we do, session user ID. All right, let's put this update here, and let's put it like this. And now we want to have then, and let's do just console log here without any parentheses. So so we'll get some information inside our console. Now let's use this function save profile. So let's see, where do we have this save button? Edit profile, save profile. Okay, we are doing set edit mode to true. Let's get rid of this. Let's just run save profile. But inside the save profile, we also want to do, let's grab the result here and let's do arrow function. And we want to do console log of this result, and we want to do set edit mode to false. All right, and now let's see. And I will clean the console. And here let's write London. Now let's save, and well, I think it just worked. What happens if I refresh? I get London. All right. So after I know that this is done, let's maybe try again. London, UK, and let's see console. Let's just save, and this is our result. You can see that we don't have an error. So if we don't have any result error, we can assume that everything went good. So we can update our profile. So let's do set profile. We want to take the previous value, and we just want to create a copy and pass it as a copy like this. And we want to only update the name to be our new name and the place to be the place for our state. But because the naming is the same, we can do just name and place. And by doing this spread operator here, this ... it means that we'll create a copy of this previous value of the profile. So we can add some more stuff here. This is the same as we would do. Let me show you. I can write it longer as well. Let's do that. This, we could do something like this. We could do const new profile equals previous, and then to previous we can add name to be name, and then new profile name, and new profile place to be place, and then we could just return new profile, and this way we will do the same. We will update profile, the state for profile, and by using the previous value that we had inside profile, the previous profile information object, we will just make like a copy to a different variable, and then we will change the name to the name we have inside the state, same with the place, and we will return it. So set profile will use it as new value of our profile state. But let me show. If we do here previous and ... then it will create a copy of this. This is our spread operator, and this will create a copy of this object. And by doing this, we can add more info to this object, like we can do test free, and it will be added to the new profile. But we just need to put name and place. And this way we could get rid of those two rows. And well, because we are just returning this new profile, so we can do just return here. And this is arrow function. So we could actually get rid of this return, because it's just one line of code. So we can put it like this. But because we are returning an object here, or we are using this parenthesis, we need to put extra parenthesis here. And this is the same as those 4 rows that we had before. Right, but now if I hit edit, and let's do just I don't know, New York City, and let's save, and it didn't work. Let's refresh. Let's do New York City, US. If I click save, it looks like it didn't work. Let's see where we are reading the information about the place. We are doing this from profile. Let's hit here console log updated, and if I edit, I will remove US. Let's see if we get updated. No, we did not. Okay, we are checking if we have error. We should check if we don't have an error, like this. And let me just refresh. Let's edit. Let's add I don't know, I live at the McDonald's. Why not? Let's save, and it's here. So that is awesome. Let's change to maybe John Doe 2 or John Joe. Why not? And the city will be Bangkok. Why not? Let's save it, and well, it works. So we have saved profile, but it would be nice also to add like a cancel button. So if we have a edit mode, we have this those buttons here. Let's see. If we have edit mode, we have save profile. Let's add another button. If it's my user and it's edit mode, then let's also get a cancel button. So we have a cancel here, and we probably better to put it to change this div to be a flex as well, so the buttons will be next to each other. Something like this could work, but now this div is really huge. Those buttons are really huge. I will remove this flex, and I'll put another div here underneath flex, and all those buttons I will put them inside. So I'll cut it from here, and I'll put it here, right? And now I will add some gap of 1 here. Yes, and should work. Maybe we can remove the flex from this one. And let's see why those buttons are not big enough. Let me inspect here, and let's see why they're not next to each other. Because this div is small, this div is small, and well, we should tell this div that it should grow. So let's say this div, let's do class name, let's do grow. Whoops. Yes, and now let's see. This div is this big, this is this big, right? But those buttons have like a lot of margin on the right side, looks like. And I think it's because there are flex. Let's put maybe, let's see, this button is this wide. I think this is because we did flex on those buttons. Instead, we should do actually inline flex. So let's do inline flex, and same on other buttons. So flex, let's do here. We need to do inline flex. Yes, and also on this one, let's change it to inline flex. Now they are next to each other because they have space for this. I will only add some margin here, I think. So on those inline flex buttons, we have 3 of those. Let's add the margin on the sides of 1. So we have some spacing. Yes, and on this div that grows, the right side, this one, let's change that, or maybe on this div because it's empty. Why not? Let's add the class names here and let's put text to the right. Now the buttons are to the right. But now let's fix our cancel button. It shouldn't save the profile. Let's put an arrow function here, and this button should actually just well, we want to do just disable edit mode. So let's do set edit mode to false, and let's see if I do John Doe 3234 and I hit cancel, it gets rid of this. All right, so our cancel button works. And if I go to a different profile, so for example this one, I don't see those buttons. All right, so this works. Let's go back to John Doe profile. And I guess the next thing we need to do is to see my own posts. But before we do this, and I think it's time to make this component smaller, because we have over 200 lines here of code. This profile page is definitely too big to handle. So I think that we should have at least this navigation as a separate, or maybe this whole card as a separate component. But let's start with smaller stuff. Let's scroll here to the top, and let's see. Here we are checking. Here we have tab classes. Maybe we can do those tab buttons somewhere else. Let's see where they are. Here we have them. So we have posts, about, profile friends, profile photos. Let's put them in a separate component. So we'll cut this part and let's go to components, new file, and let's call it profile tabs.js. And here just export default function profile tabs, and this will for now just return the div that I have cut from there. And well, as you can see, we are missing a lot of variables here. Is posts, is about, is friends, and so on. But we have it inside the profile. So here we removed our tabs. Let's add it. Profile tabs. It will fail because we don't have those variables. But those variables are here above. So I will cut it from here. And let's go to profile tabs and let's put it here. We are missing path name that we need to grab from profile. Let's see, profile page, where do we have this path name? I guess it's somewhere here above. Yeah, path name. Let's cut it from here and let's put it here. We don't have a router, so let's do just router equals use router. Yes, import it. And now we still have problem that is posts is undefined inside our profile page. And this is because we have those ifs for everything here, and for the stuff that is under the profile card. So we have tabs like posts, about, and stuff, and then we will display the content. So I'm actually wondering, let's get rid of this first. So where do we have it? Here it starts. If it's posts, if it's about, if it's friends, tab if it's photos. Yeah, let's get rid of all those. Is about, is posts. I will cut it from here, and well, let's create a new component, and let's call it profile content.js. And here, as always, export default function profile content, and let's say it will return a div, and inside I will just put everything. And here again, we don't have those is about, is posts and stuff, but now at least it works because we have removed it from our profile page. But we need to fix those tabs first. So for now, when we are at the profile page, one of those should be selected always. So let's say it should be posts. And but how can we tell if what tab should be selected? We have this URL here, /profile/id, and then nothing. So let's grab the router here at profile page, and let's see how it looks like. So the console log router, I put it inside those, so we will have like router equals router. Let's refresh. We have router here. Let's see. We have this path. Let's see what happens if I click on about. Let's see, router, profile about. It shouldn't be just /about. It should be /profile/id and then /about. So first, let's fix those tabs. And let's see, we need on the tabs, we need to have a user ID. So let's put it as a property here, user ID. And here on all the links, we have like 1, 2, 3, 4. I will change those apostrophes to ticks, like this, backticks, sorry. And this way I can put after profile, I can put variable, easier way, and I can put this user ID and another slash. Right, and now we want to pass this user ID from profile. Let's see where we have those tabs, profile tabs here. Let's pass user ID, and it will be from, not from session, it will be from profile. Do we have profile? Yes, we do. Profile ID, like this. So now if we click posts, and then it doesn't work. Let's see why it doesn't work. It doesn't work because we don't have a page for this, kinda. So the problem is, here we have a profile and then id.js. But the problem is that if something is here later /posts, then we need to have like an square brackets id directory, and then we need to have like posts.js inside this directory. So let's create a new directory called id, like this, I guess. And here let's put a new file called about.js, and let's do export default function. Let's do maybe profile about, let's call it this way, why not? And it will return just about as a string. And let's refresh and see if it worked. No, it did not. Okay, this is because this is post. Let's go to /about, and this worked. But let's change this about to profile, just profile page, like this. So we'll see the profile and about. But the thing is, we don't want to have files for each tab, like posts, about, friends, and photos. So we don't want to have 4 files with the same content. Instead, I will rename this about. So let's do refactor rename, and I will rename this to square brackets, and let's call it tab maybe. All right. Now this didn't work. Okay, it worked after I refreshed. Let's see what do we have inside the router. So this is the path. This is the URL. Let's see what do we have more. We have a query with this ID, and we have tab that just have one item. It's an array with one item about. All right, so I guess, and now even if we go to friends, we will get another console logs of routers. And again, on the query, we'll have a ID, and on the tab. So this tab will have like an array of items, and the only item, the one item we have is only this active. Right, so I guess we can go back to profile page. So this component, and now from the router, we can grab the tab name. So let's do const tab equals router and that query that tab and the first item. But in case something doesn't exist, I will do question marks so it will not fail. And I will add a default called posts. Right, and now on the tabs, instead of tabs checking what is the current tab, I will tell it to the tabs. So let's call it maybe active. Active tab will be tab. Yes, and now let's grab active here inside profile tabs. And instead of doing this is posts, is about, is friends, is photos, I will remove it. And we don't need this router. And now let's see, we have those is posts, is about. Instead of is posts, we want to check that active is posts. And for about, we want to check that active is about. And for friends, we want to check that active is friends. And for photos, we want to check that active is photos. Right, and now let's see. Yeah, it kind of works. I think it works. We don't need this use router here. And now let's maybe try to display some content. Let's go back to profile, and we have removed this profile content. So let's put it back and let's see what kind of errors do we get. Profile content like this, and is posts is not defined. So we need to maybe change it here as well to active. Maybe active tab will be better. And let's see. Let's do active tab equals posts, and here let's do active tab equals about, and here let's do active tab needs to be friends, and here let's do for photos active tab needs to be photos. Right, and now this kind of works. So let's see, we should see a post, at least one postcard. Let's see posts. If I put a string here, we don't see anything. That's not good. Let's go back to profile. Right, this is because we need to pass active tab, and we have it inside tab variable. Right, so now we get an error. Let's see inside our postcard. Here we are displaying postcard, but we are not passing information about this post. So I guess we can comment this out for now. So we have posts. See about, yeah, it works, friends, photos, yeah, this kind of works. So now let's fix the posts. So here we are displaying the posts, and we want to show the posts of this user. So let's assume we will get a user ID here, and we want to pass it from profile. User ID will be profile, or we probably have just ID somewhere here from the URL. Yeah, it's just user ID. All right, so user ID. And now in profile content, we have this user ID we can use. And this way, we can just grab all the posts for this user. So let's use effect. And let's say that dependency will be in square brackets user ID. And if we don't have user ID, or if it's null or something, let's just return nothing here. But if we do, we want to grab the posts and save it inside state. So let's do const posts and set posts equals use state, and default will be an empty array. And to grab posts, we need to have a Supabase. So let's do const Supabase, use Supabase client, and Supabase from posts. We want to do select. We want to select, well, let's think. Let's select ID, let's select content, content we want to have created at, and then we want to have profiles information. Let's do profiles. So we'll do the join, and we want to do ID of the profile, name, avatar, and I think that's it. So we are selecting this, and then where equals, we want to check that the profiles ID equals user ID that we have, user ID, right? And then let's do then, and we will have result as always, and let's just do console log of the result. And now let's see how this looks like. So we get an object with 5 posts, but we get all the posts and not only the posts that are for this user. All right, it looks that we can't do filtering by the joined table. So instead of selecting everything at once, let's select only the author here, let's not join the profile information, and here let's just do where the author is the user ID. And now if I refresh, let's see, we get only 2 posts, but the problem is we don't get information about the author. But well, the author is the same for all the posts. The author is actually the profile that we are visiting right now. So we have the user ID, and we know that the author for all the posts is the same. So what can we do? We can just use this user ID and grab this profile separately by using this user ID. I hope this makes sense. Here we have those 2 posts. As you can see, we couldn't grab the profiles table with one query. So that's why we grabbed just the author ID. So the user ID of this post, the creator of this post. And because this ID will be always the same, because we are searching for specific author for this user ID that we have inside our URL, I will grab the profile separately in a separate query. So for now, I think it would be much prettier to put it, grab the data that we have here using, let's say, I will grab the user profiles inside. Let's do a separate function called user posts, and it will take user ID, and it will just do all this, but this will be async function, and let's do just that we will grab data from here, and we will do await, so we can get rid of this then thing. Const data equals await. So from the response, we'll just grab the data, and we don't need then because we do await here. All right, and now we also want to grab the async function. We want to grab the profile. Let's do user profile, user ID, and well, all the same. Let's just const data. Sorry, here I forgot to return the data. Const data equals await Supabase from not users, from profiles, and select and where, so equals ID of it equals user ID, and then we want to just I think that will be it. So inside data we will have an array of one item. So here we will just do data, return data of 0. All right. So now let's maybe create a third function that will get those 2, and it will put it in a state. Or maybe we can use those functions here. So here we can do await user posts of this user ID, and then we will get the posts here, the const posts, and const profile equals await user profile of this user ID. And well, because we have await, we need to make this arrow function async. Yes, and now let's see. We get posts, we get profile, and then we want to put it inside state. But we don't want to have it inside every possible tab. We want to have only this for our posts. So I think we can have a function here called load posts, and I will just put it here, and this will be async function as well. And let's say it will just return posts and profile like this. And well, here where we have use effect, when the user ID changes, we will just check if active tab first is posts, and if it is, we will do load posts. Let's maybe use then here, and we can grab a posts and profile that we are returning in the load posts. And with those, what should we do? We want to put it inside state, and or we could actually do this here. Let's do this here. Let's do const profile and set profile, use state, default will be null, and const posts, set posts, use state, default will be empty array. And here we will do set posts to posts and set profile to profile, right? And for this load posts, we don't need any then. We have this underline because it's an async function, so we should have then, but we don't need to do anything. So I will just leave an empty arrow function. Let's see, here we have some kind of issue, and posts is redefined here. Right, shouldn't be posts, we should have we have posts 2 times. So now we had an error, destroy is not a function. I don't know, let's just try to refresh. Let's see what is the problem. Use effect must not return anything besides the function. Okay, we can get rid of this async, and let's refresh. Okay, now we have a posts, and now we can probably display those posts. So we have, let's check if we have posts length bigger than 0, then we can do posts map, and well, for each post we will do post card, and we will we'll pass all the post props, and we want also to pass profiles, and the profiles will go from profile. So as you remember, in our post card we are grabbing this profiles, and this is only one profile item, one object of the author, but this is named plural. This is plural because from the Supabase it comes with the same name as the table name. So that's why here we are doing profiles, and we are just passing this one profile. And now we have this those 2 posts, and let's also add a key here. The key will be, let's say, post created at, yes. Let's refresh, and let's get rid of this router thing from profile page. Console log router, let's get rid of this. And let's see, profile content is not defined, so it should be profile content like this. And looks like it works. We don't need this router console log. Now we only have problem with invalid date. Let's see why. React time ago, invalid prop date, expected one of type number. Right, so probably React time ago, this part wants to have a time, or I don't know, let's see. Yeah, it probably wants to have a number and not a date. So let's go to post card, and let's scroll to React time ago. And if, let's see, if created at, type of created at is, or maybe instance of, is the instance, let's do like this. Let's put this inside parentheses. Instance of created add is date. Sorry, it should be another way around. Here we should have instance of. If created add is this instance of date, then we want to do created at dot get time. Otherwise, we just return created at, right? And Let's refresh. We still get an error. Let's see what do we have inside the created at. Created at. Here we have like a timestamp. Same here, same here. Let's maybe do just console log of this one, created ad. And looks like created ad is a string actually. So instead of doing this way, we get a string from our database. So let's do new date of this created ad, and with this date we want to, let's see if it will work with the date object. If I refresh, no, but if I do get time and refresh, still some errors, but no errors from React time ago. So now this is fixed, and we are only missing a key property on our index page. Here we are looping through the postcard. Is it here? Here we have a key, home, layout, postcard. Right, let's see, components, postcard. We have a key. It's a little weird. Maybe let's try with post.id. Do we still have an error? Yes, we do. Check the render method of a postcard. Okay, I think that this is actually for the photos. And the postcard, here we have the drop down. Here we have the photos, and we don't have any key here. So let's add it. Key, and just put the photo URL as a key. Now if I refresh, we don't have any errors. Let's go back to my profile. Yes, and back to profile.js. Alright, so here, as you can see, the issue is that this avatar doesn't work. And this is because we don't have any user context inside our profile page. So let's go back to profile page, profile page here. And well, let's put the profile context or user context, sorry, user context, and the closing should go before layout. Doesn't really matter that much. We could put it outside of layout, and the rest, let's fix the indentation for this. So one more indentation, yes. And now for this user context, we want to do user context dot provider, and the value will be actually my user. And do we have information about my user somewhere here? No, we get only information about the user ID. So for now, let's just put an empty object for value. Yes, and we need on our profile page, grab the profile of the currently logged in user. So let's see, we were doing this also for the home page. So index page, we are doing user context provider and profile. And this profile we were getting from here profile, and it was grabbed from here from profiles. But I think this function will be used many times. So I guess we can go to user context, and we can add a function probably here, or a component called user context provider without any dot here. And this will be a function, or actually a React component, and it will return user context dot provider. And here inside we'll grab all the children like this, children, and this will provide with value, but not with an empty object. But here we will grab the session, const session equals use session, and then we will grab the user using Supabase. So let's do Supabase, use Supabase client, and now use effect. Yes, and here arrow function and dependencies. Dependency will be actually, dependency will be session user ID. And inside our arrow function, we want to grab user. So profile, and set profile, we want to put it inside a state, use state, default will be null. And here we want to use Supabase to grab it from profiles. And let's select profiles where equals ID equals the same as session user ID. but here before in use effect, let's check that it exists. So if this is null or something wrong, then let's just return nothing here, and let's stop the script here. Let's see, and equals this, then we'll got result, and we can do set profile result data 0, because this select can return many rows and we want only one profile with this ID. So we can just grab the first item of this array. And then here we can actually just do profile. All right, and this way we have this our user content provider. No, we want to have context provider. And then let's go back to profile page. Instead of doing user context.provider, let's just do user context provider. And now inside this, we will have our user. Here we will just need to change it just to user context provider. And let's see, user context provider is not defined. User context provider from context user context should be. Right, I think this is wrong. Let's go back to user content. All right, we need to rename this file. So I will probably hit rename here in my editor. Contexts, let's open here, refactor, rename, user context, refactor. And we had some errors. Let's see, user context provider. Let's go back to profile and let's see, user context provider. This should work. Module not found, user context provider from user context. Maybe I will just restart my app. We still got an error. It's called user context. Let's check for the home page. Same problem on the home page. So let's go to the home page first. Index, and let's see, user context from user context, profile.js on line 13. On line 13, user context should be. Okay, now it works. And we still got something wrong. We can do user context.js. Doesn't really matter. Right, but this works. Let's open my profile. And again, we had some kind of error here. Module not found, can't resolve user context. And now there's something wrong with this user session user ID. Let's use question marks here. All right, and now it works. We have our avatars here. All right, so this works. We can now see our own posts. And for the about, this is hard-coded text for now, but I guess you can just fix it yourself, or maybe we can fix it later. But now I think the really important feature will be actually to fix comments and fix the likes and those numbers here. So let's go back to index page and let's see how we are looping from here. We are showing postcard, and let's see, inside the postcard on the very bottom, well, we can get rid of this old photo. We have those images, those hearts and stuff with 4, 11, 72, and this is hard coded, and we want to get rid of this. We want to make those clickable, and we need another table for this. So let's fix the likes now. So those hearts here. So how can we do this? For now, let's do 0 likes on everything. And let's fix first what happens when we click on it. Here we have a button. Let's maybe add on click, and let's call this function like, or maybe like this post. And let's define this function here somewhere above. So let's do function like this post. And we want to save information inside database. We are logged in as this old guy, John Doe. And when we click on this heart, we want to save information that we as this user like this post. So we need like a likes table. So I'll go to table editor and I will create a new table. Let's call this one likes. And let's see, what do we need? Let's say we will have a post ID, and we need also user ID. So the user ID. And well, the post ID will be an integer, and the user ID will be this universally unique identifier. And we want to add the relations to post ID will be a relation to posts, and the user ID will be a relation to profiles ID. Yes, and that's it, I guess. So let's just save likes. And now let's maybe add a policy so we can add likes. Let's add new policy, and first for selecting, let's do everyone can see likes and select, and it will just return true. Review, save policy, that's all. But for likes, let's add another for inserting likes, and let's user can like posts, and let's say that we will get our user ID. It needs to be the same as the user ID information. So the column value for this user ID that we will pass from the front end needs to be the same as user ID of currently logged in user. Now let's save this policy. Sorry, it should be just one equal here. It's not JavaScript. Right, and it looks like everything worked, and I guess we can start liking posts. So where we have like this post, here we have this function, and we need to know what kind of post ID we need to like. We have this post card, and it's used on index page, and I guess we have also a ID here that we can grab on postcard. So let's grab ID, and this is the ID of the post. So now we can do Supabase that we don't have here. So let's define it first. Const Supabase, use Supabase client. We need to import it. Yes, now it's imported. And now let's do Supabase, and we want to access database. So let's do just from, and well, we want to do stuff on likes. We want to insert, and here we put the data that we want to insert, but I'll put it in a separate row like this. And we want to put post ID to be the ID that we have here. This is ID of the post, and the user ID will be ID of our user. So here inside the profiles, we are actually getting author of it. We want our own ID. So how can we get this? We can, we have here my profile that we can use. So let's do my profile, and this is from context, and let's just grab ID, right? We are sending this, then what do we want to do? Then we get result, and let's just console log this. Console log result to know if it worked. All right, so let's check if we can like a post. If I click on this heart, we get the result, and we don't have an error. So I guess it worked. So we shouldn't be able to like posts several times. So let's here on the back end, let's we need to know if we already liked this post. And how can we know this? We need to fetch likes for this specific post. So let's do const likes. We can do add and set likes. And well, here let's just do use state and empty array as a default. Right, and to grab likes, I will need to add a use effect, and then no dependencies. And now I need to grab likes from Supabase from likes, where it equals, first select, and then where it equals post ID equals the ID. Then Let's put this then in a separate row, result, and we want to do set likes, result, data. Oops. Let's scroll back up here. Yes, and let's see if we have anything inside the likes inside this component. So components, and let's check this one. So we have this postcard, and we have props, hooks, we have some state here, and this is our like. We have post ID and user ID. So we know what kind of user liked this, and if this ID of any like is the same ID that we have inside my profile, then we know that we liked this specific post. So let's see here. Before we get a return, let's define a constant called is liked by me. And to know if it's liked by me, I need to go inside likes. I need to map through them, and well, maybe not loop through them, but let's find a like where a specific like is. Let's check that like author ID, not author ID. How is it called? It's called the user ID. User ID is the same as my profile.id. And then if we have any object here, then we know it's liked by me, should be liked by me. And this will actually return an object or a null. So instead of getting an object, I will do bang bang. So we will convert it to a boolean. So this will be a true or false, depending if this likes find will find any object. Right, but now we can use this likes is liked by me to first disable our like this post function. To use this is liked by me, let's put it above this function, and now we can, inside this function, we can check if it's already liked by me, is liked by me. Then we'll print, let's do alert, you already liked this post, and return. So now if I click on this heart, it says you already liked this post. And maybe we don't need this, we will just do nothing here. But now we want to print a number here with the number of likes. So let's see, here we have the 0, but we actually have the number of likes inside our likes, inside state. So let's do just likes length with a question mark just in case. And we see that we have one like here, our own like. And now it would be cool to this hard to be red in case if it's liked. So let's see, we have this button SVG, and we have this stroke. Let's see if we do fill red 500, if it changes. Yes, it does. Maybe we can do something like this, that we will put those as a string, and here we'll do plus, and if is liked by me, I'll put an extra space here. Then I will return a string fill 500, fill red 500, otherwise nothing. So now it's red. So now this is red, and this is not red. But if I like this one, I need to reload, and this one is red as well. And one thing is I don't want to reload, so let's fix it. After we liked a post, we want to reload the likes. Let's see where we are grabbing likes. Here we are grabbing likes. Let's cut it from here and let's put it inside a function called fetch likes, and we want to run it inside this use effect, so it will, when the post renders, it will fetch likes. But we should also fetch likes after we liked. So here instead this console log, let's do just fetch likes, right? And let's refresh. And now I like those two. Let's like also this one to see if I don't need to reload anymore. I don't. So that is really cool. Now it would be nice to unlike stuff. So for now, when we click this heart button, we are running this like this post, but actually we can rename this function to maybe toggle like, so we can both like and unlike. So let's call this one toggle like, And let's scroll up to our function. We need to rename it here as well, toggle like. And if we already liked, let's just remove it. So let's do Supabase, and from likes, delete. And we want to delete where equals, and we want to delete where it equals. We will have two equals. The first equal will be that post ID needs to be the ID of this post, and another equal will be the user ID needs to be ID of our user. So my profile ID, because we don't want to remove likes on other posts, only on the current post, and we don't want to remove likes of other users. And anyway, we will just also check this part inside our policies. Right, but we are doing this. Let's then run then, and we will have a result, say here, and let's say it will just console log delete result, and I will put result here. Right, and now let's add a policy for deleting first. So for likes, let's go to, let's see, likes. We have two policies for likes. Let's add another one for customization. For delete, users can delete their likes. All right, and expression will be that user ID needs to be the same as of user ID of the currently logged in user. Let's review and let's save. Right, looks like it worked. And now let's see. Let's see what happens if we, let's go to console, clean everything. If I unlike this one, I've got 2 likes. Right, but I got delete result. And if I refresh, we got 0. Right, so something is a little bit off. The first is that if it's liked by me, then we are unliking, but then we are also liking this. So if we unlike something, let's just do return here so it doesn't go further to liking this post. And but the rest worked. And after we unliked, we should also refetch the likes. All right, so I will refresh here. Let's try with this post. My user, this John Doe, user liked this post. We have 1 like. Let's click this one. Yeah, and this worked. So yeah, looks like this works. So I can like back this post, maybe. Yeah, maybe let's now log out and log in as my private user here. And I see that I have 1 like on this one. I can like it also by myself, and we have 2 likes. If I click it, we get only 1 like. If I click it back, we have 2 likes. I can get rid of this console log because we don't need this, and this result is not needed as well. All right, so we have likes, and now I think we need to fix the comments. So let's say we want to add some comments here. And well, this kind of works, but we want to hit enter and save it. So let's see, we are inside our postcard, and on the bottom we have this avatar and text area here. And I think that first for this text area we want to use value and stub. So I will put value equals, but we need state for this. So let's go up and let's create state for our comment text. Comment text, and set comment text, use state. Default will be an empty string. Let's go back down. Here for this text area, let's put value comment text, and on change, we want to do event and set comment text event target value, as always with the inputs. All right, and now what do we want to do now? Now we want to do, let's see if we can type here. Yes, we can. Now we want to do that when we hit enter, it should save this comment. So to handle this on enter, I will actually grab this text area and I will put it inside the form. form, and let's put this text area here. And in this form, I will do on submit, and let's call this function maybe post comment. Yeah, and let's scroll up and let's create a function for this. Maybe somewhere here at the bottom before return. Function post comment. Right, and what do we want to do? We want to post a comment. So we can have a separate table for this called comments. Let's see, table editor. We could have comments, but the structure will be almost the same as we have on posts. So I was thinking that we can put our comments inside posts. Well, you can say, how can we differ if a post is a post or a comment? We will add a column called the parent ID. And if the parent ID is null or empty, then we know it's this kind of post. But if it has like some kind of ID to other post, then we will know that this is a comment to another post. So I will go to posts and I will do edit table. And let's call this one maybe parent. Yeah, why not? And it will be integer, and let's just save it. Right, and now if we are creating a comment, then what do we want to do? We want to use Supabase. We want to from, because we are doing the database, and on the table posts, we want to insert stuff, and we'll insert an object, and well, what columns? We want to put content. The content is inside the uComment text. We want to put author. That will be our ID. So I guess it's my profile.id. Yes. What else do we need? We have author, content. We need to put parent, so we know what type of post we are commenting. The parent is just the ID of this current post. Right, so that's it. And then we can run then. Let's grab the result and let's just console log it to see if everything worked. Yes, something like this. And let's see, maybe I can test, comment, and let's hit enter. Okay, this didn't work as I thought, because this is a text area. I think maybe we can just change this text area to an input. We don't want to have text area here. Let's just change it to input. Input value, yeah, and let's do test comment, right? And this went wrong because the form by default, when you hit enter, it will use a query and it will pass everything as query. So on this handle on submit, we are running this function, but inside this function we get an event and we need to do prevent default. So we'll not try to use redirection and default form behavior for submitting. Let's do test comment again, enter, and we get the response here. No error, no data, looks like everything worked. Let's see, we are not displaying the comments anywhere. And well, we got it here. It shouldn't be here. So let's go back to our index page and let's see. We got this comment because we are not excluding comments from posts. So we are selecting stuff, but we need to also check equals that that parent ID is null. So let's check if we have something like we have not equal. Yeah, let's try with not equal. Let's do that parent is not equal null. Let's see, this didn't work. Let's see, what else do we have? Smaller than, not, maybe not. Let's check with parent not null. Let's see if this will work. No, it doesn't. Let's do not inline match. Let's check with not equal. Let's check that parent is not equal null. This didn't work, but actually in with not, we can do, let's see, select not, and we should check that the parent is not null. Let's see now, if I refresh, Okay, should be just is null. And now we get only the comment. So here let's just do is, and is parent. Let's do is not. This will not work. Is should work. Let's check this way. Parent null. Yeah, and now it works. And now we don't have any comment. Why we don't have any comment? Because all the comments have a parent to parent post, and we are checking that parent is null. Right, but now we want to display this comment inside a post. So let's go back to post card and let's grab it. So I was thinking that we can display it somewhere here, maybe between the likes and the rest, or maybe here below. Doesn't really matter. I think that well, I think we should put it below because this is the way Facebook has it. Right, so on each postcard, we want to grab all the posts. So let's do state for comments. Set comments. Use state default will be empty array. And we need to put it inside use effect. So when we mount our post, we will grab the comments for it. So let's create the same function that we have for likes. Let's do function fetch comments, and here we will do Supabase from posts, select where equals, and the parent needs to equals the ID of our current post, and then we will just do then. Let's put in a separate row. With the result, we want to do set comments and result data. Hope it will just work. And now we have comments, but we are not displaying them anywhere. Let's try to display them. So let's see where we have this form. We have this form here. Let's maybe put another div underneath, and let's maybe display the number of comments. So let's do comments dot length. Here we have 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Here we have 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. We have 0 everywhere, and that is weird because we should have some comment, at least one. Let's see what do we have inside comments. Components. Let's see our postcard. We have some hooks here. We have some state. This is most likely likes. Yes, so let's close this one. And well, let's see, network. I think we actually need to, okay, where are fetch comments is not used anywhere. Let's add it to our use effect. And now we have one comment here. As you can see, we have one on the last post. All right, so now let's check if this is bigger than 0. Then let's map it. Let's do comments map, and for each comment we want to do parentheses, and let's put a div, and well, let's put maybe just a content of this comment. Content test comment again. All right, but actually we would like to grab also profiles and avatars and stuff like this. So well, let's scroll to fetch comments, and let's see, here we are selecting. Let's put in a new row, and same with this. And for selecting, let's select maybe everything, and from profiles let's also select everything. Let's see if this will work. Let's refresh, and looks like it works. Let's scroll down here, and now instead of just displaying the content, let's say that we want to display an avatar for each or for everyone that commented. Avatar, and the URL of this avatar will be actually comment profiles and avatar. And this worked. As you can see, I have commented, and we have a div for each comment. Let's add some styling. Let's add background gray 300, and let's do a margin top of 2. So we'll have some spacing. Let's maybe put this background only on the content. Class name background gray 300, and let's put the comment content here. we can remove the gray color. But here we can do this flex, so the content will be, the text will be next to the avatar. Let's add a gap of 2, so we'll have some spacing, and well, let's see. Let's put items center, so everything will be in the middle. Yes, that's much better. Well, let's see. On this one, where we have this gray background, let's add padding of 2 on every side. That's better. Let's do also rounded corners, rounded medium. Let's make it lighter, gray 200. Yeah, maybe we can do rounded large or XL. Yes, and well, rounded to XL. Let's do 3XL. Right, and padding on the top and the bottom will be 2, but padding on the sides will be 4. Yes. And now I also want to have the name here above the content. So let's do comment.profiles.name. Yes, and let's do break line here. Yeah, this will work. This will work, but the content should be probably smaller. So I will put it inside paragraph, and I will add some class names here. So let's say it will be text SM. So it will be smaller, yes, and for this name, profile name, I want to put it as a link. So let's do link. It will be 2, and it will go to /profile / the ID of the profile. So comment.profile.id, and let's put the name here. Cannot read properties of undefined, reading ID, profile ID. Right, if this doesn't work, we can do just comment author. This didn't work, and I don't know why. Got undefined. All right, looks like, let's see if it works with just /profile. No, sorry, it shouldn't be 2. It should be href. Right, and now we can do comment profile ID. Does it work? Sorry, profiles. Now, as you can see, if I hover, it will go to /profile. Should be /profile or /profiles. Let's see, /profile. All right. Let's maybe add some class names here, class name, or maybe here. Let's do span, and let's put this here inside. Let's add the class name, and let's say that on hover, it will be underline. Yeah, and this looks really nice. And let's also put leading 4, maybe leading 3 to decrease the spacing. This didn't work at all. It doesn't matter. Let's do minus margin bottom of 2. And let's put this as block. So we don't need this break line. Yes, maybe just -1 on margin bottom. Or maybe we can remove this margin bottom negative. Right, and I think this will work. We can make it semi-bold, semi-bold, font semi-bold. Well, and that looks really nice. Yeah, that works nice. And well, let's maybe add another comment. So I will change the user back to this John Doe, and let's comment here. Also, let's check what happens after I post a comment. Post comment. We are just doing console log. We need to also refetch the comments like this. So if I post something here, let's do test comment John, enter, it shows here below. That is really nice. And well, and we want to clean this after. So let's do set comment text to empty string, and let's do test comment John 2, enter, and we have it here. One more thing is time. I want to have a timing here. So let's scroll down. Here we have this link. This is actually block, but maybe shouldn't be. Let's remove this block thing from here, and let's put a div here instead. This link will be inside this div, but next to this link we will put React time ago, and the date will be actually new date. with comment created at, and on this date we want to do get time, so we'll get a number, right? So we had 17 minutes ago and stuff like this. But on the link we want to add some spacing between here. So on the link of the name of the user, I will add margin right of 1, so we have some spacing. But even more, I will put this React timing in a span, and I want to make it darker and smaller. So let's do text SM, and I want to do text gray, let's say 500. Yeah, something like this will work. We have React time ago. Can we make it shorter for comments? Let's do time ago, React time ago, and let's see what kind of formats do we have here. Let's see, I'll make it a little bigger. Let's see what is the name of our package. React time ago. So let's open this one and let's see how we can use this. Do we have like formats and stuff to make it shorter? Short. Here we have a long. No, we don't want to make it long. We want to make it short. Okay, this is the default, and they don't have like means ago and stuff like this. Okay, here they have styling, and they have round minute, and Twitter. And I think that time style, let's see, let's scroll to the bottom, and let's see. Now we have 4 minutes ago. If I add, let's see, time style to Twitter, let's see how it will look like. Okay, then we have 4 minutes, just like this. So it's super short. Let's make it even lighter. I think maybe 300. Oh, that's too light. 400 will be good enough. And maybe it doesn't need to be small, so we'll remove this text SM. Yeah, let's put it back. All right, so we have comments, we have timestamps on those comments, so that looks pretty nice. One thing I forgot to fix is this 11 comments on everything. So let's go here. Here we have this 11, and I think we can just use the comments. We have a comment, and we can just grab the length. This way, we see that we have 3 comments here and 0 comments on other posts. We can also like this post to have like 1 here, 3 here, and this is shares, so this is not fixed yet. Well, and yeah, and now we have working comments. We have a upload functionality here for photos, but if you follow the tutorial, you know how to do this. It will be the same way as we have it here for creating posts. If you want me to add it, let me know. I will create a separate video. Right, another cool feature to have would be to fix something here inside. And the first thing is actually save posts. So I think I will now fix this save post functionality. So to do this, we need to have a table of saved posts. So I'll create a new table, and let's call this one saved, just saved. Maybe saved posts will be better. And what do we need? We need a user ID to know who saved what user ID. And this will be universally unique identifier. We need also post ID, and this will be just a big int. And I think that's all. So let's add some relations. User ID will be to profiles, and post ID will be to posts. And that's it. And now let's just save it. And now we need to add the policies for this saved posts, but well, it will be the same that we have for likes. So we need for select, insert, and delete. So here we have save the posts. Let's add new policy. First for selecting. It will be different from likes because I can see saved posts only for my current user. So you can select, users can see their saved posts. So if user ID, so user ID inside this table needs to be the same as auth user ID. So you can select only your own saved posts. Yeah, save policy. Next, save post. Let's add new policy for inserting. We need to add separate. For inserting, users can save posts. And the check will be actually that user ID is the same as auth user ID, right? Save policy. All right, and now for deleting, it will be users can unsave or delete the posts they have saved, something like this. And now they can only delete where user ID is the same as the ID of a currently logged in user. So let's review, let's save. Now we have policies. Now we should be able to save posts or bookmark posts, but we'll call it save post. Maybe bookmarking will let's do save post. We have function, empty function. Let's scroll down to this drop down. Here we have save post. This is a link. Let's change it to a button. Let's see if this still looks good enough. No, let's change it to width of full, and let's see if this, well, almost. The thing is that those classes needs to go below. So I will grab all of those, and this is because the button sometimes doesn't like the flex stuff. So I'll put it inside separate span, and all of this that we have inside, let's put it inside this span. All right, and let's see with span, where does the SVG start? Okay, here. So let's put it like this, and let's see. Almost, we need to put it. We need to put width full on this button. Now it's a little bit better, but let's see. Let's put it as a block. Almost. Let's see. We probably need this to go to the button, so it will be wider. Now let's see. No, because we have this hover for making it bigger. Let's put this hover making bigger. Oh, this is hover shadow. Doesn't really matter. I can maybe try to put everything inside the button except this flex thing. All right, now let's see. Almost there. And block full. Let's remove this block. Let's see how we fix it with side navigation card. We had the same for the button logout. The button needs to be just full width, and that's it. So let's go back with this, all the styling back to span. And for the button, this will be put here as well. And button just needs to be full width. Almost. Let's remove this grab. We'll need this. Oh, now it works. So it was just to remove this width full from the span. All right. So now we just need to remove from the button minus margin bottom of 2, I guess, to make it more equal spacing between those, and margin Y minus 2. And I think this is the way it should look like. Right, and now let's fix that button on click should run save post. And now we can fix the save post function. So what should we do when we want to save post? We want to we want to use Supabase from table saved posts, and we want to insert. Here we also want to check if it's saved by us or not, but we will do this later. Let's insert this first. So user ID will be our user. So let's do my profile.id, and the post ID, post ID like this will be ID of this post. All right, and this should work. Then we need to run then. Let's do result, and let's just do console log this result. Right, and this should work, but I will open console just in case, and let's try to save this post. And looks like everything just worked. And now we should be able to go to save the posts, and we should see our posts that we have saved. So let's go to pages and saved.js. And instead of showing just two cards, we need to fetch our saved posts first. So let's create state for this. Let's do posts save and set posts equals use state. Default will be empty array. And now use effect, and here arrow function, no dependencies, so just an empty array here. And we want to use Supabase, and we need to have a session to know what kind of user we are. So let's do const session equals use session, and Supabase const Supabase, and use Supabase client. And now we want to use Supabase from a table, so we can do just from, and saved posts is the name of the table. We want to check equal. We want to check that user ID equals our user that we have inside session, user ID. All right, I'll put it inside separate row so it will be easier to read. Then we got the result, and let's just do set posts result.data, right? And I forgot about select here. And what do we want to select? Sure, because we need to select both posts, so everything from posts, and we want to also select everything from profiles. Yes, and we are doing session user ID looks like it's null. So here at the top of our use effect, let's check that session user ID is not empty or null. If it is, just return nothing here and stop. And now we can probably just map through our posts. So let's do posts length is bigger than 0, and the posts map, let's do like this, post parentheses, and here inside we can do just let's put a div and the post card, and we want to pass all the information about post, and we want to add a key on this div of post ID, let's say. And we have saved one post, and we see it here. I don't remember if this is the post we have liked, but let's see, if I save this post and I go to saved posts, this is really weird because this is not the post I've liked. So let's see the I bookmarked or I saved. Let's go to postcard and save post. It inserts the user ID to saved posts with post ID of this and user ID of my user ID. So this looks correct. Let's see, what is the ID? I guess this is the ID of my post, yeah. Let's go back to saved and let's see. Okay, so we are selecting everything from saved posts. All right, now I know what is wrong. Inside saved posts, we have only IDs of those posts. So we want to select. We don't want to select everything from here. We want to select only post ID actually. And then we don't set posts because this is not saved posts. It's not posts. It's only reference to posts. And when we save them and stuff like this. Here, let's use those. And well, then we want to run another query. We want to select those posts that we have inside post ID. So Supabase, maybe we can start by console logging, console log, result, data. And as you can see, we have two IDs. It's actually the same ID, so this is wrong. I should probably delete one of those. Let's go to saved posts. Let's delete this one. And now we should get only one of ID 7. Let's refresh. Let's go saved posts, home, saved posts. Right, let's see, we have only one. And now let's get rid of this saved post for now. But now we have one post ID 7, and it's inside result data, and we get an array, and we have key of post ID and the ID 7. So to get posts IDs, we need to go to result data, and we want only the numbers. So let's do map, and for each item, let's do just item dot post ID. So now if we do console log post IDs, let's see, if I refresh, we get just an array of 7. Right, and now we want to use Supabase to select the posts, those posts. Supabase from posts, select where in, and the ID of the post is inside the posts IDs. Right, and then I'll put it in a separate row. Then result. With this result, I want to set posts result.data. Data, like this. Now let's go back here and let's try to print it. But before we do this, from this select, I want to select everything from posts and profiles, everything here as well. Okay, and this worked almost. Let's refresh and let's see. Is liked by me. ID is undefined. My profile ID. Okay, this is because I guess we need to have on this separate page called saved posts, we need to provide the user context provider. That's the user context provider, and let's close it here. And the rest needs to be, oops, let's fix this should go like this. Yeah, now it's better. I try to refresh. A lot of errors. User profile, return data 0. And let's see, user context provider. The console log to see if something is wrong here. Result. Looks like everything is right. So I will just use extra question marks here just in case. And okay, this is inside profile content. So let's do profile content, line 38, data 0. Okay, we are fetching profiles where ID is user ID, right? And on the profile content, posts can be null, all right? On, profile content, the posts can be null. Let's see where we are looping through posts. Okay, let's do posts and, or maybe we can do just posts question mark length, right? Let's go here. Let's go saved posts. Right, this works. Let's also like another, the one with, let's save this one. This one has like a lot of comments. Let's save this one. Now it should be saved. Let's go to saved posts, and we have it. All right. So one thing is that when we should be able to unsave a post. So let's fix it. Let's go to postcard, and we should know if we have saved this post or not. And how can we know this? We need to fetch this information from the database. So let's add a state for this, const saved and set saved, and let's say default will be false. All right, and we are fetching likes, comments, and let's also, or maybe you know what, it will not be false. It will be array of, no, we can't do an array. We can't select who liked the post. Let's do false and true for now. But in this use effect, we will fetch information from Supabase, from saved posts. We will do select. We will select, just select, and we want to know if, let's try to find a post where saved post where post ID equals ID of this post, and user ID equals my user ID, my profile ID. I'll put it in a separate row so it will be easier to read. And we want to run then. And with the result, we want to know if we have result data length that is bigger than 0, then we know that we have saved this post. So we can do set saved to true. Otherwise, we will do set saved to false. And we should probably put it in a separate function. So let's do function fetch. Fetch is saved. Why not? Let's put it here, and fetch is saved. Let's run it inside our use effect. All right, and then we will update this saved state, so we can check it inside our dropdown. Where is it? It's here, saved post. We can change this saved post to is saved. What's the name of the state once again? It's just saved. Yeah, maybe let's change it to is saved and set is saved. So here we need to update set is saved. Same here, set is saved. And on the button, let's see, is saved. If it's saved, we will have unsave or remove from saved. Otherwise, we will do saved, save post. So we can remove this part, right? And now, what do we have here? Remove from saved. So that is good. We can probably change the icon as well. Let's see, bookmark. Yeah, we have this bookmark slash. Let's copy this one. And here we have is saved. The first one should be visible only if it's not saved. Is saved with question mark, so not saved. Then parentheses and this one. But if it is saved, and then parentheses and the one that we have just copied from hero icons. And this one should go here. Let's check, looks fine. So now we have remove from saved. So that is really nice. Yeah, that is cool. Now what? Now when we click on this, we run save post. We should probably rename it as well here to toggle bookmark or toggle save. Doesn't really matter. And where do we have our save post function? Let's see. Toggle like. Here we have save post. We need to rename it to toggle save. And here we should first check. Here we are creating new row inside save posts to save it. But this should only run if we didn't save the post yet. So let's put it in this if statement. If not saved, then do this. But if it is saved, then we want to unsave it. So we want to run delete. So let's do Supabase from saved posts. We want to do delete. Delete where equals post ID equals ID. And another equal will be user ID equals my profile ID. I'll put it in a separate row so it will be more readable. Then we want to run then, and we will get some kind of result that we probably don't need. And after we unliked, we want to close the pop-up. Sure. What do we have? Set, what's the name? Set something open. Set dropdown open to false. And set is liked is saved to false because it's not saved anymore. And here we are just console logging when we are saving posts. We should do the same. Set dropdown open to false. And set is saved to true here because here we are inserting. Right, so let's go to saved posts. We have those images here. Here we got an error on the ID of my profile. Let's see. Okay, looks like this my profile can be empty. So let's add a question mark here. And same inside the is saved my profile. Right, so this one remove from saved. Right, let's see. I can now save. Let's see if I have it inside saved posts. No, I don't. So now I guess the saving works. And the one thing that doesn't work is that when I reload the page on saved posts, nothing happens. So let's go to saved and let's see. We have this Supabase. Okay, we have this use effect. We are loading this use effect runs only once because it has no dependencies. But in the beginning, we don't have any user ID, and that's why we are stopping here and we are not doing this. So we need to add dependency on session user ID. Oops, ID. Like this. And now it works. We need to fix the key here somewhere. Let's see. We have key here. And let's see what we selecting. Check the render method of postcard. All right. So something inside postcard. Let's check mapping. Okay, here where we are printing comments. Let's add a key, comment.id. Now if I refresh, now it works. Here something doesn't work. Saved post. If I go back to home, cannot read properties of null. On postcard, line 28, my profile ID. Fetch is saved, right? Like this. But the problem is that fetch is saved can be only fetched if we have the my profile ID. So we actually need to wait here. We have a use effect that doesn't have any dependencies, but we need to add dependency on my profile ID. And the fetch is saved should only run if we have my profile ID. And let's go save posts, back to home. Yeah, save posts, home. Yeah, it works pretty nice. Right, I think we have covered all the main functionality of this project, and you should be able to build the rest by yourself. But if there is anything specific you will have problems with, let me know in the comments. I can do a follow-up video if you guys have a problem with any specific feature. Otherwise, you can check my channel for other full stack projects. Otherwise, I hope you enjoyed the video. Let me know by hitting the like button, and I wish you a pleasant day, and I hope I will see you in the next video. Bye.